And if your AC is out, no diagnostic charge. Fix it 24/7. Your trusted AC and home services partner, go to fixmyhome.com. Click Book Now for your free second opinion. Fixmyhome.com. That's free second opinions, no charge. Fixmyhome.com.
What's the biggest mistake you can make when selling your home? Settling for less money. That never happens with Orchard. Disappointing offers can wear you down, causing you to settle for thousands less. You don't have to settle when you sell with Orchard. Orchard reinvented the real estate industry by guaranteeing your home sale and helping you sell on the market for top dollar. First, Orchard gives you cash up front so you can buy and move into your new home first, on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then once you're all settled in, your Orchard agent helps sell your home on market for top dollar. Here's what one Orchard customer said. I never could have sold without Orchard. I made way more than I expected, and it couldn't have been easier. With Orchard, you never have to settle for less. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Curious how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com. Orchard.com.
Are you tired of the stock market roller coaster? How much money can you afford to lose in your retirement accounts? I'm consumer advocate Marc Mager. I want to tell you about the Guaranteed Income Account, a retirement plan that offers a 15% bonus, long-term care benefits, and guarantees you'll never lose any principal. If you have an old 401k or just want to diversify into a retirement account that is guaranteed never to lose money, check out mymoneymyway.com. That's mymoneymyway.com.
Forging ahead together drives Colorado's pioneering spirit. At Chevron, we donate funding and volunteer thousands of hours in support of the communities we call home. We also employ our neighbors to deliver the energy needed as the state's largest oil and natural gas producer, all to help improve lives in our shared backyard. That's energy in progress. Visit colorado.chevron.com.
Getting your house ready to sell? Rely on the experience of Frank Duran, the realestateman.com.
Does your home need repairs prior to selling? I have the experience and great local connections to help you determine which items are cost effective. We will detail which simple, easy steps you can make to enhance your home's appeal. I'm with you every step of the way.
I'm consumer advocate Tom Martino, urging you to use Frank Duran, the realestateman.com with RE/MAX Alliance, 303-920-1622.
This report is sponsored by Rapid Radios.
Another hot day ahead with temperatures today reaching the mid-90s. We could see a few thunderstorms this afternoon. We cool it down to the mid-80s tomorrow with a better chance of afternoon storms. I'm Brenda Stewart.
Stay connected and stay productive with Rapid Radios. Business owners trust Rapid Radios for instant, reliable team communication with nationwide LTE coverage, push-to-talk convenience, and room for up to 200 units on one feed. Keeping connected's never been easier.
Order now at rapidradios.com.
As an organ donor, your story doesn't have to end. The good in you. Your heart could keep beating. Your kidneys could keep filtering. And your intestines could keep on digesting for others. And that's not all. You can improve the lives of 50 more people as an eye and tissue donor, restoring sight and health. And you're not just helping out the person receiving the transplant. You're touching whole families with your life-saving gift. Register in minutes. Just go to organdonor.gov. You'll be happy you did. And just maybe, someone else will be happy too. Sign up today. Go to organdonor.gov. It saves lives. U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Health Resources and Services Administration.
KRFX HD2 Denver.
KHOW Denver, an iHeartRadio station. Make us the #1 preset on the free iHeartRadio app. Listen for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good.
ABC News, I'm Sherry Preston. Mike Waltz is facing questions from lawmakers for the first time since he was ousted as National Security Advisor. Waltz has been tapped to be the next U.S. ambassador to the United Nations, appearing before the Senate Foreign Relations Committee for his confirmation hearing. New Jersey Governor Phil Murphy confirming that 2 people were killed in flooding on Monday night. The governor in a hard-hit suburb of New Jersey.
Last night we got crushed, not just here in Berkeley Heights, but in this part of the state in particular. Sadly, 2 losses of life in Plainfield in a vehicle that was swept away, and sadly the deceased were extracted.
Inflation rose last month to their highest level since February as President Trump's sweeping tariffs pushed up the cost of everything from furniture and clothing to large appliances. NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang says they have now won approval from the Trump administration to sell high-powered computer chips made for AI to China. This is ABC News. An investigation is underway into how 9 people lost their lives in a fire at an assisted living facility in Fall River, Massachusetts, south of Boston. ABC's Marcus Moore talked with Mayor Paul Coogan about the first responders who showed up carrying some people down ladders.
I just can't help but think about this community's most vulnerable. Yeah. Breaking the windows to try to get out.
Some of those windows are small. Like this could have been much, much, much worse.
30 people were hospitalized. There is an arrest warrant out for a person in Atlanta who stole a laptop and hard drives out of an SUV. The items belong to Beyonce's choreographer, Christopher Grant, who called 911.
They have my computers, and it's really, really important information in there. Like, I work with someone who's, like, of a high status.
Work with someone who was a high status, he said. Grant telling police the laptops had unreleased music on them. I'm Sherry Preston, ABC News.
Some kids never smile. They're embarrassed by their crooked teeth. They want braces like the other kids, but their families can't afford them. Some may even try to straighten their teeth themselves. That can make everything worse. Luckily, there's Donated Orthodontic Services, a program from the American Association of Orthodontists. It helps provide orthodontic treatment to kids and teens whose families can't afford it. For kids who apply, are approved, and are matched with a volunteer orthodontist, it can be life-changing. Their treatment is in the hands of an expert, a licensed local orthodontic specialist who improves their smiles by correctly aligning teeth and jaws. Some kids think they'll never smile again, but Donated Orthodontic Services may help them smile with confidence. To link to the application and eligibility requirements, visit aaoinfo.org.
KHOW News Time, 10:03.
Drivers might think twice before putting the pedal down in certain work zones. CDOT's installed 6 new speed cameras along the diagonal highway between Boulder and Longmont, monitoring speeders CDOT says threaten the safety of highway workers. CDOT Chief of Staff Sally Chafee.
This program is not about punishment. It's about prevention. It's not about writing tickets. It's about changing behavior. It's about protecting lives.
A 30-day grace period begins next Monday. After that, speeders through the zone could face $75 fines. The man charged in the Boulder attack against a pro-Israeli group will be in court today. Boulder County DA Michael Doherty has spoken about the case against the Egyptian national and a prospective sentence.
There are going to be times where that sentence doesn't necessarily reflect the harm or doesn't meet what people think the sentence should be, but I strongly believe in the system we have. I think it's the best justice system in the world.
More than a dozen people were injured in the June 1st attack, and 82-year-old Karen Diamond died from her injuries.
Now, Impact Traffic.
From the Superstar Car Wash Traffic Center.
This report is sponsored by Arroyo Grande with Raymond Arroyo.
Delay continues on northwestbound C470 due to an accident approaching I-70 with backups to your approach to Alameda. That is a slow spot for you. Also, we're looking pretty decent now on the rest of C470. 225 pretty much back up to full speed, as is your I-25 drive. Just a few pockets of slow and go traffic as you work your way through. With traffic, I'm Chris McLaughlin.
I'm Raymond Arroyo. I'd like to invite you to my new podcast, Arroyo Grande. Discover life lessons, practical advice, and inspiring examples to live by as I sit with celebrities and thought leaders you'll absolutely love. Listen to Arroyo Grande wherever you get your podcasts.
Our iHeartRadio Music Festival, presented by Capital One, is back in Vegas.
T-Mobile Arena.
September 19th and 20th, streaming live only on Hulu. 15 artists, 2 nights, 1 stage. Get tickets now at AXS.com.
Lenovo and the iHeartRadio Music Festival. Tech that hits different. Can your gear keep up with the beat? Lenovo PCs are built for creators, dreamers, and fans who don't hit pause. Visit Lenovo.com for the latest in AI PCs and game-changing tech.
The Raleigh house changed my life.
Today, I'm 175 days in recovery, thanks to the amazing people at the Raleigh House.
The Raleigh House was an incredible experience. The staff genuinely care.
Your mental health is important. Our team of clinical and medical professionals at the Raleigh House provide unmatched care for addiction, depression, trauma, and anxiety. Offering both inpatient and outpatient services, the Raleigh House can meet you where you're at. Find out more at theRaleighHouse.com. That's theRaleighHouse.com.
This is Dan Kaplis. Too many in Colorado have no respect for human life. That lack of respect for human life is behind the explosion of reckless driving on our roadways. For the past 40 years, I have stood up for the dignity and value of every human life, including forcing reckless drivers to pay in full for all the harm they cause. Our firm accepts righteous injury cases on a percentage fee basis. If you need our help, please call 303-770-5551 or hit dankaplisLaw.com.
You have our word, we'll treat you right at Done Right Home Improvements. DRHI.com.
Denver's talk station has your chance to win $1,000. Just enter this nationwide keyword on our website. Bills. That's bills. Enter it now at khow.com. Keep listening to win on 630 KHOW.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hello, I'm Tom Martino here to help you solve problems, answer questions, take complaints. 45 years I've been saying that to you. And if you're outside of Denver, I started 6 years before that. So about 50 years here, 45 in Denver. And all I can say is I want your calls. And hello to everyone. We have a great radio audience and we have affiliates. We also have iHeartRadio app and my YouTube morons, which I cherish. My YouTube morons are the ones that give me immediate feedback. So I kind of use them as a barometer if I'm getting bored or something. Or if I'm getting boring, I just ask them and they kind of give me the cold, hard truth. So hello, morons. Welcome to the show. I call them morons lovingly because they're a bunch of idiots who say stupid things sometimes and they have their own little thing going on. But welcome, seriously. It's really the only show you're ever going to hear ever of its kind. It's where we talk about everyday life, everyday aches and pains, the things that make us tick, as I say, and the things that tick us off. I have Barry Miller with me today from Vestera Turnkey. And, it's a fascinating program. A lot of people want to be landlords, but the thing they do wrong is they become landlords in Denver. Probably the worst market you can be a landlord. So what's the best market? Well, we'll find out. Let me just say this. This hour brought to you by waterpros.net, my favorite one of my favorite companies, because you will never find something better for your health than a water system to soften, purify, get rid of chemicals, get rid of everything. $39.95 for everything, your whole house. You'll never find a price like that anywhere. Master plumbers charge over 15 grand for comparable systems, and they're not comparable actually. Or drinking water, reverse osmosis at the kitchen sink, just $1,200. Waterpros.net, 303-862-5554. So anyway, as I was talking about, we talk about things on this show you don't normally hear. You just don't normally hear it. Okay, you just don't, and we do on this show, and so we talk about the everyday aches and pains. So let's talk to Barry Miller since he's here and he's with me. And Barry, being a landlord, you got the idea to help people become a landlord. Why is Denver such a bad market? It's a terrible market to be a landlord. Terrible. I mean, it's terrible because appreciation is probably at its height. If you buy, you're going to be buried. Rental laws are terrible. Rents are high, but expenses are high. Explain to me your take on the Denver market, because a lot of people say, when I talk about Vestera Turnkey, they help you become a landlord without the risks and hassles, or the conventional risks and hassles. And we'll go over that. But they hold your hand. They're your nanny in this whole process. But Barry, you say one of the hallmarks of your company is research. You research markets where it's good to be a landlord. I want to talk about where it's bad to be a landlord first. And by the way, I invite your calls, people, on any and all topics. If you have a problem, if somebody's pissing you off, call us. If you just want to drop a dime, well, that was an old expression, pay phone, drop a dime, call me and unload, just unload. 303-713-TALK is the radio station's number, but we have 303 Martino, 303-627-8466 that works around the clock. And when you call, we put you down and call you back. So let's talk about why Denver is a bad market. Let's talk about that. Why is Denver a bad market?
Tom, without the legislation, which is so wrong, so anti-landlord, so anti-helping people, including tenants, it's not helping them either, but supposedly that's how it got passed. But without the legislation, we were in the worst 10% for rental markets anyway because of the price of the homes. Who wants and who could afford $200, $400, $600, $800 a month negative cash flow? And to be a landlord anywhere is very difficult unless you find a top-notch, and they're hard to find, top-notch property manager. You add the legislation to what in the last 3 years.
Yeah, like the just cause. You have to have a specific reason to evict. Otherwise, basically rental leases go on and on and on.
They go on and on.
I'm a consumer advocate. I'm all for rights. I'm all for rights for renters. I think they went too far.
They went too far and they're hurting renters. So you add that to it. Now we're in the worst 2, 3, 4% of the markets in the country, because now the tenants, and it's not that the tenants have so many rights, they do, but they're taking advantage of other good human beings known as property owners.
Right now, it's like for an average, it's $1,800 for a one bedroom.
Yeah. 1850-ish is the average in Metro Denver.
For a one bedroom.
Yeah.
How can a single person afford
that? Can't. And so it's not good for any of the elements of real estate. And so we use Denver as a baseline because we're based here.
All right, so what do we do? But we go elsewhere. So how do you pick a market that's good?
Research, and tons of research. We look first not at the real estate, not at all at the real estate. What's the economy doing? Are jobs coming into the area? Are people wanting to move there? But more importantly, will they want to be moving there 2, 3, and 4 years from now? And not only want to be, but will they be?
All right. We're going to pick up on that. I want to talk to Roger. Callers get priority here, 303-713-TALK or 303 Martino. So let's talk to Roger. Hey, Roger, I'm Tom Martino. Hey, Roger, welcome, by the way, to the show. Thanks for calling. What's going on? What is LAZ parking? Is that a parking service downtown?
It is. Actually, I was taking the train to Glenwood Springs at a Union Station, and the Crawford offered valet parking through this LAZ, and they had parked it somewhere in a garage. I don't know. I turned it over to the valet.
Okay. By the way, just a point of transparency here. I mean, it's not transparency. I just want to let you know I have a lot of experience in parking. I used to own 5 parking lots, and then I would contract with Republic and another one to do my management. They would do the management and then a rev share. They would manage the parking lots and I would make the money. And this was 5 lots downtown years ago. I never did a valet thing, but I've heard of LAZ. And again, LAZ is just a management, and they probably rev share with the Crawford. So what went wrong?
We left on a Friday to go up to Glenwood Springs. I dropped the car off in the morning, and when I returned on Mother's Day on the 11th, the car came back, and there was probably a 30-inch scratch on the driver.
Oh my
the passenger
God!
Side door.
Do they take? They? You know, some places are now starting with iPads or iPhones to take pics of the phone of the cars as they come in. Did you have any pics taken or anything at all?
Well, it was really funny when I dropped the car off. I gave the guy the keys, and I go, "Aren't we going to do a walk around and look at the car?" And he's going, "No, that's not necessary." And when it came
Where was
back,
the
it had no
scratch?
scratch on
Where
it.
was the scratch?
It is on the lower side of the passenger side door. It is, looks like they maybe hit a curb or something on the lower side with a long scratch. I filed a claim with these people. They turned me down, saying it was an act of vandalism and that they are.
Well, if that's true, listen, I want to tell you a few things, okay? This is something I want everyone to listen to when it comes to parking, because it's very important you know this. There's something called bailment. What is bailment? It's an expression we use when there is a covenant between you and someone else that they will do a certain thing and take care of a certain thing of yours. You have limited bailment when it comes to valet. In other words, valet would be responsible for anything you would be responsible for. Let me give you an example. If you ran into a curb, you're responsible, they're responsible. If someone runs into you, you're not responsible for that, they're not responsible for that. If someone vandalizes your car, they're not responsible for that. Now, the rub comes with yours is, was it vandalism or was it carelessness? This is going to be a problem. They just said, basically, we're not covering it, right? So they believe.
Correct.
They believe that it was vandalism. Did they say why they thought it was vandalism?
Nope. They just had said that it was vandalism and they don't cover it. What bothers me is if somebody was going to key my car, would they get down on their knees and
is it a car? Is it a keyable? Is it a keyable car? You know, I say a keyable car because people like keying things like Teslas or Bentleys or Rolls or Lambos. They like being real jerks. But what kind of car do you have?
2016 Nissan Maxima. And
My God, that's not a keyable car. That's not a keyable car. So how long ago did this happen?
It happened I got the car back from them on Mother's Day, which I think was the 11th of May.
Yeah, I think that the only thing you can do is take them to small claims court and see what a judge says. I mean, I don't know what else to do, because if they simply claim it was vandalism, you know, you're saying it's not, but you don't know any better. Now, they probably don't know any better either, or their driver's not going to admit it. But really, what can you do? You can demand that they make payment, and that's going to include an argument. And if they don't give in, you're going to have some kind of arbiter to decide. But I want to explain that to you because it's not as hard or difficult as you think, and you may have success. I'm Tom Martino, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255.
Tired of burning, tingling, or numbness in your feet keeping you up at night? Do you miss walking pain-free, enjoying the things in life that you love? I'm Dr. Joel Cherdak, founder of Denver Regenerative Medicine. If you're suffering from foot neuropathy, whether from diabetes or another cause, there's hope. Advances in stem cell technology are helping people restore nerve function naturally. No drugs, no surgery, and no downtime. Schedule your free consultation with us today at denverregen.com. That's denverregen.com.
You know, the name of this company says it all. Fix It 24/7. They want to fix things. They want to keep them running. They want to do what's best for you as the homeowner. So here's a no-lose situation. $39 for people that never had it done. Get the Deep Clean, Tune and Check. Deep Clean, Tune and Check. Extreme Clean, Tune and Check of your AC. It'll keep it running better because dirt's the #1 killer. It'll add efficiency and add life. But let's talk about this. In addition to that, they'll give anyone a free second opinion on any replacement. You don't know how valuable this is. I mean, if you're told you need something, you can call Fix It 24/7 and they'll come and check it out and give you a bid or tell you if you need it or not. Many times they go and say, you don't need a new one. You just need this, this, or this. Take advantage of these people. I do. I use them in my home. FixMyHome.com. Book now. FixMyHome.com. Book now. I made a pledge to people when I started Wave 8 Wealth Management that I would give you the same care that I give my own investments, and I did. I started originally for me, and I proved a concept over about 6 to 8 years, and then decided to go public with it, where I am offering this to other people. Now listen, you may think you know it all. That's okay. You may want to do it yourself. That's okay. You may have other people that you love, but you know what? It's never bad to take a free look. We can reaffirm what you have. But one thing I will tell you, we are true investment advisors, meaning we work with you, truly work with you. It's not given to some big broker or some big fund that's a cookie cutter fund. So please check us out. Put me to the challenge, 303-771-HELP, 771-4357, or wave8capital.com. Now, let's talk about something. I think that no matter who does the landlord thing, they're going to need bookkeeping, just simple bookkeeping. You know, the management company gives you a statement, you book the mortgage payment, you book the expenses, you book stuff, closing costs, settlement sheets, all of that. Now, if people don't do that, you help them be a landlord, but people need, like Henry has his bookkeeper at the company do it. But if you're not into bookkeeping or anything, I mean, how do you keep track of rentals? Well, it's not that hard. So many people are landlords and just keep receipts and then just give them all. You can just give them all to your, but that's bullshit too. But what if you guys had, and I'm talking about workaday people. I'm not.
That would be interesting.
Yeah. I mean, people would probably come there with a jackhammer. Yeah.
A power tool of some sort.
Yeah. Cut off saw.
Yeah, I can't go number 2 anymore.
Hey, Tom?
Yes, Jared. Yes.
Yeah, if you're, serious about
Yes,
Trevor
I am.
helping Giovanni?
Yes, I am. I can fly your son here. Now, all your son would have to do is drive back a van and pull the Tesla on a trailer.
Yeah, that's fine.
And how old is your son?
21, about to be 22.
Is he responsible?
Yeah.
She stuttered.
No, I mean, really, there's nothing much he has to do, just a small van. I'm not even talking about a truck. We're talking about a small van and a trailer with the Tesla on it. And then he would just meet us there, and I would just, I'd fly him here. He can stay here as long as he wants, and then I'll pay all his expenses down with the U-Haul. And then we would meet him at the school, unload the stuff, and then I'd go return all the U-Haul stuff. I'll take care of all that. He just goes home.
Yeah, the only thing that was up in the air that he had a question about is if he has to help him move.
No, not at all. He doesn't have to do any of that. All he has to do is drive.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, and by the way, we're not moving. When I say move, we're talking about boxes of kids' stuff and clothes. We're not talking about, when you move into a dorm, well, it's a little more than a dorm, but it's still a dorm. You know what I'm saying? It's a room.
He already drove a U-Haul from Phoenix to Tucson. And by the way, he does live in Tucson, so you would have to fly to Tucson if that's...
Well, what do you mean? In other words, I'll fly him from Tucson. Well, what's the airport? Does Tucson have its own airport?
Yeah.
So I'll fly him from Tucson to Denver, and then when he goes back to Phoenix, how does he get back to Tucson? Is there a flight, or would I pay for a lift, or what?
I think his girlfriend, his fiance will probably pick him up.
And I'd pay for gas and all that to get him back to Tucson. Whatever it is, I'll make him where it doesn't cost him a dime, and he'll have some fun. And if he wants to drive the van down, if I can get a cheap ticket, if he wants to bring his girlfriend, I don't mind him driving with his girlfriend or somebody.
Association and the Colorado Athletics Directors Association.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. Don't forget, I got Barry Miller with me on June 19th. Mark your calendars, because we are going to have a seminar. I don't like calling it a seminar. It's just a little get-together. It really is. Barry keeps it very brief, an hour or less, and then you can ask questions of me and Barry and all that. And I'll tell you the part I'm playing in it. I'm helping people do partial Vestera investments. Now, I recommend you do you do it yourself. You do it a home, you own a home, you go through Vestera, and it's clean. It's easy. Now, with me, it's easy and clean too, but you can own part of it. Like I have people owning 10 or 20% of it, and then they still get profits, but it's on 10 or 20%. And I take care of all the heavy lifting for them if they want to be partners with me and not do the whole thing. Roger has an interesting case, and we get these quite a bit with valet parking. What is the valet responsible for and what not? Here's the thing. They have a limited bailment, means they take your keys and they're not responsible for anything you wouldn't be responsible for. If a hailstorm came, they would not be responsible. It's just, think about this. When you hand your car over, people are not taking extra responsibility. So you hand your car over. What are they responsible for? A hailstorm? No, you're not responsible for that. They're not responsible for that. Vandalism? No. If somebody vandalizes a car, tough luck, right? Now, you might have to end up paying for it, or they might volunteer to pay for it, but they're not negligent in any way. Unless, of course, it was an inside job and all that crap. Let's not go there. Let's just talk about a normal situation. The valet takes your car, somebody vandalizes it. That's on you. Now, what if they promised you, they created a higher level of bailment, and they promised you it was going to be parked inside in a garage and guarded? We have a guard at the shack 24/7, and it's inside, it's covered, and then a hailstorm comes. They'll be responsible to you because they broke their bailment agreement. Or if someone comes in and vandalizes it, they'll be responsible to you. So it's just common sense. In this case with Roger, it's up in the air. He had a scratch along the bottom on the passenger side door, and they say it's vandalism. He says it's carelessness. Hey, Roger, is this obvious when you walk up to your car that it was...
Go ahead.
No, is it obvious that it was rubbed up against the curb or something?
To me, it looks that way. I mean, it looks as if somebody maybe went over a curb or scraped the side of it when they went in. But there is one other thing that's bothering me about this that I think may be germane. I have requested 3 times from them their terms and conditions and anything that I signed, and they are just, there's no reply. They're ghosting me on that.
Okay, all right. Let me explain something to you. Terms and conditions, if you probably didn't sign anything. Okay? And that doesn't matter, because in the absence of written agreements, common law takes over. Just normal common law, or in some cases, if there is no common law, and by the way, what is common law? Common law is when a decision was made in previous court cases and it becomes known. And they rely on it because it's been, the courts have decided this time and time again. That's common law. But then there is something called just conscionability, or just common sense. And there really is something in the law where they talk about common sense. And that is, what is common sense in this? Roger, you don't need to get any terms and conditions because it won't matter. Because if the terms said, tell me what you think you would see in terms and conditions that would help you. Just for the hell of it, tell me what you think you would see in that.
I really don't know. I'd like to look at it.
Well, I know, but why?
No
but why? When you ask to look at it, I'm just curious. Why? What would you? Do you think you might see a clause that says we take full responsibility for all damage?
Perhaps, but I doubt it.
Yeah, they won't. I think common law is going to take over here. I think they're going to be responsible if they're responsible, and they're not if they're not. This is up in the air. They're not voluntarily saying it was due to a driver error. They're saying it was vandalism. And you might want to now, here's what's good. If you go to small claims court, it's very simple. You simply serve them at the place of business or their registered agent. It's very easy. You fill out the forms online. You pay the fee, which is around $50. You serve them. And what I would do if I were you, when you go to prepare, although they'll probably settle with you beforehand, what you do is you need to get a body shop's opinion, not just for the cost, but what caused it. And then I think you'll get a judgment. I think you'll win. A lot of people don't do small claims court. When I say it to them, they kind of think sometimes, oh, crap, but it's not, oh, crap. Mark was the king of small claims. He just files a small claim, and I think 98% of them settled right then and there. They just send him a check or they ask what can they do to make it go away. No one wants to take their time to go to small claims court. But what it really does, even for a giant company like Google or a small company like the Valet or a local company, they have to address it. If they let it go and do not address it, you automatically win, Roger. So what I would do is go to small claims court. What county? Do you know where they're located?
I have looked it up online,
Good.
and I think they're somewhere out of Denver.
Good.
I mean, that's
so you go to Denver County.
Office,
you go to Denver County, or you go and what you do is you go there and you just look them up and get their registered agent, or you can even go and get one of the supervisors or managers at the podium where they are. You really can, as long as they're served or a representative of them is served. That's what I would do. So are they actually called LAZ?
Yes.
And
at least that's what I looked up online to see. They operate several parking garages. One's over near Coors Field. That's where it was by Union Station, I think, because I never saw where it was parked. I do have one other question.
I found them, by the way. They're in good standing. Okay. But they haven't filed good standing since 2019. By the way, so they are out of Hartford, Connecticut, but they're registered what's called a foreign entity, meaning when they do business in Colorado, they register here. But that does mean they have a registered agent. And it's the Corporation Service Company in Littleton. So if you look up LAZ Parking, LTD, LLC, it'll come up for you, and you'll be able to go over there and serve that corporate service company.
Okay. I do have a question, though. Do you think that I could get access to the video? Because I'm sure there's video.
Now you can ask for that.
Garage.
You can ask for that as part of small claims, but small claims does not have subpoenaing power the same as other courts. It's more simple.
Okay. It's
relaxed rules of evidence, so you could ask for it. If they want to give it to you, they will. If they won't, they won't. I mean, but you'd have to maybe look. What would you be looking at? When they go to park it, if they hit something, or when they picked it up, did it look fresh? Did it look like it's been there? Was it dusty? I mean, what did it look like?
First off, if you think that they're stonewalling you for the terms and conditions, I hardly doubt you're even going to come close to getting a video from them.
That's good. That's a good observation, Dragon. I don't think they would. So what I would do, I would keep it simple, Roger. I would go online, the Colorado Secretary of State. I went to coloradosos.gov. People, when I say this, it's not a kiss off. It truly works. And what's good about LAZ Parking Limited is that they have a registration here specifically with an agent. So even though they're located in Hartford, Connecticut, They have a local service company and a local agent. So I think you'll be doing something really. I really think they will settle with you. I really do, Roger. And in fact, I want you to do what I say, and I want you to let me know each step of the way. We'll help you each step of the way. Can somebody get Marc on? Okay. I want to ask Marc a question about his experience in small claims. I don't know if he'll know the question, but I want to ask him, then I'll ask an attorney. But since attorneys don't practice in small claims, I want to ask him. So see if he's available by cell phone. If he is, that would be great. We have Barry Miller with us. I'm going to talk to about Vistara Turnkey. We had some questions on buying rentals, and they want to know, have they ever had rentals that lose money, and how do they know which markets to pick? All of that coming up on the Troubleshooter Show. Did you know a majority, not minority, a majority of people die without a will? Listen, I'm going to tell you, when I had my cancer diagnosis, and it was pancreatic cancer, and even though it was isolated and it was a miracle and I got it all out, I did not have a will finished. And I'm going to tell you something. You never know what's going to happen. I don't want to scare you, but wills are so important. A simple will or a simple trust, even an LLC can hold properties. Did you know that? Dan McKenzie taught me that. Call McKenzie Law, personalized service for estate planning. 833-CO-PLANS. 833-CO-PLANS.
This is Denver's Talk Station with Tom Martino now. Dan Kaplis today at 4, 630 KHOW, Denver. Now, Impact Traffic.
From the Superstar Car Wash Traffic Center.
This report is sponsored by Rapid Radios.
A stalled bus partially blocking the right lane and right shoulder area of southbound I-25 at Downing, so watch for that hazard. C-470 still delayed because of a 5-car crash off to the right shoulder westbound C-470 approaching I-70. And then you have an accident coming in now Sheridan Boulevard north of 68th Avenue at 70th. With traffic, I'm Chris McLaughlin.
Stay connected when it matters most. Be prepared with Rapid Radio's walkie-talkies. With instant push-to-talk and LTE nationwide coverage, you can reach family and friends in any emergency. 100% private, no contracts, no hassle.
Stay safe. Order now at rapidradios.com.
TheArtOfGranite.com will get you a price right now on the phone for your countertops. You know, no places do stuff like that, but The Art of Granite does because Mitch Fleury wants to make it simple. He can give you a price that's pretty dang close, and he'll guarantee it. So what you do is you call him and say, this is what I want to do, whether it's granite, any man-made material, or any natural stone. They do it all, and ask what the price is. They might ask for some pics here and there with your smartphone, but you'll get a price by the end of the call. You will love the way they do business because you get a price on the phone. Tear out and haul away is always free as well, plus wholesale on all countertop materials. Even if you buy at another yard, you use their account to get it at wholesale. And they only charge for the fabrication and installation. Call them. You're 3 weeks away from getting counters. 303-386-5919. Great people, great to deal with. 386-5919, theartofgranite.com. If you're injured in a car accident, the first thing you have are questions. People always have questions. What should I do? What happens now? Who do I contact? Especially if you're injured at the fault of someone else. And John Fuller can help determine if that's so or not. And he will talk to people up front. Very few attorneys do that. They have intake counselors and they have to sign you up first. With John Fuller, no obligation. You don't have to sign anything. You ask at the very first call to talk to him, and you can talk to him and ask any of your questions. If you do hire him, it's then on a percentage fee basis. So never any out of pocket and personalized upfront free advice. 303-597-4500. 303-597-4500.
We have no outgoing today. Nothing. Summer vacations.
So somebody on YouTube wants to know if you do Zoom. You don't have Zooms for this seminar, right? People can't. Okay. Okay, so no Zoom. If people are listening, my YouTube morons, There's no Zoom for this. So no, you can't do it over Zoom, but you can call them to do a Zoom privately if you want at any time. They'll send you an invitation, Dave, if you want to do that.
Thank you.
Okay, let's see. Dave was asking about the Zoom because he's in the Springs. Dave, again, just call Vestera Turnkey, and then let me give you that number, and then just say I want to do a Zoom, and they'll do it. You can do it privately. 303-888. 3788.
Questions about small claims.
I think that's the way to do it.
Roger, the guy from
KRDO. Because even though they have these informational seminars,
and
they are pretty easy to get privately. I mean, they'll spend time with you.
Hey, Tom?
Yes.
I have Mark.
Oh, good. Thank you.
Yep. And Trevor's all in. He says no problem.
Good. Well, I'm going to talk to him directly, so send me his info.
Okay. It actually is a pretty good calendar. I mean, if you could take him on Saturday, that way you don't have to miss any work or anything like that.
Oh, the move-in date that we have to get
is the 27th.
Yeah.
So that's a Wednesday. So if you could fly him here on the 23rd, he can leave on probably the 26th and get there on the 27th.
Okay. And then we can take that right off his hands so he doesn't have to hang out.
Correct. He's so funny because he's working in at a restaurant right now, so he's like, is he going to tip me?
I'm going to pay him.
You're getting your expenses paid for, and
no, plus I'll pay him. Plus I will pay him for his time.
And you're getting a helicopter ride, so shut the hell up. I haven't even gotten that.
Oh, is that what he wants when he gets here? Helicopter ride? Good.
No, I mean you're picking him up in the helicopter.
What do you mean picking him up in a helicopter?
He's going to fly him out here.
Oh, you're just going to fly him?
Oh, no. Yeah. In other words, when he comes home here, he's going to take an airline, yeah.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah. No. I mean, I would love to do that, but I don't have the time to do it. Helicopters are like a short road trip, but they're not quite an airplane trip.
Okay. No, that can completely be done. No
But when he
problem.
comes here, I'd be glad to take you guys for a ride. Dimitri's calling in because he has information, too, on small claims.
Okay. We still have Roger on the line. I don't know why you...
Just tell him to go small claims.
In case he has questions. But I have questions for Mark. I don't need Roger. But if Roger is listening and has a question,
right.
You can ask him, and then I can...
Amateur Radio Emergency Service. We'll be there.
Hi, I'm Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. I want to talk to Major Marc Mager, who does a lot. He's done a lot of small claims and successful at it. Most of the time, he says what they do is call and try to settle it. Mark, I want to ask you something. We know that if they have a registered agent, you serve the registered agent, and that's it. What if they don't have a registered agent? Because, technically...
You serve them. Like I sued a bank, I think it was Wells Fargo, and I could not find a registered agent, believe it or not. Banks are a little different because they're national. It's different. Like you won't find a one on Wells Fargo.
Right.
So I walked into the branch I had a problem with and served the teller, and they responded within a few days.
Okay, so Mark, if they don't have a registered agent, they're not immune from lawsuits. Because I asked you one time, what happens if they don't have a headquarter or a presence in the state? Now, they have to have a presence in the state, but they don't have to have an office. Just a presence. But like if it's online or something, you would have to go to where they are, or would you go here?
Well, like, you mean like what? Like if it was, say, Facebook or something,
yeah,
and they didn't have one, that'd be pretty tough, man. You got to serve somebody, so you have to serve them. So I'm not exactly sure how you would serve Facebook. But if there was a branch, like I'll tell you, one, a ride share I sued, they did not have anything in the state. In Colorado, it was so long ago, I don't mind saying who it was. It was Uber. So when I sued them, I couldn't find anything. But then I found this thing they were putting on to hire drivers downtown. So people would show up down there and learn about becoming an Uber driver, and it was put on by Uber. So I literally served them right then and there.
Okay, so as long as you can find some kind of a presence where you are, you can serve somebody who's a representative of the company.
Yeah, even an employee. Like I said, I served that bank teller.
Right.
I made sure to grab his card and his name so I could put down exactly who I served.
Cool. Marc Mager, I appreciate it. And so is there any mistakes people often make that you wish you could tell them about the small claims procedure?
Any mistakes?
Well, I think one of them is not following up the judgment, right? If they get a judgment.
Well, but through the court and getting the judgment or getting through mediation, I would say the biggest thing is you got to sue them in the right venue. So, like, if it's Douglas County, you want to sue them in Douglas County. If it's Arapahoe County, you want to sue them in Arapahoe County.
And how do you determine that?
Well, generally, if they have a Colorado SOS, then a record of who their person is, and it's not a big deal.
Okay.
But generally, it would be like Douglas County's a pain in the ass, but it works fine. So in other words, let's say you're suing Wells Fargo.
Yeah.
You pretty much get to choose what county you want to do. So I would do the county closest to you, long as there's a branch in Douglas County. But if they didn't have a branch, say in Grand County,
right,
and don't serve them there because you're not going to have the proper venue.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mark. Have a good time. You and Suze in the motorhome having fun. I want to talk to Dimitri. Dimitri's done some small claims. I don't know if you're free to talk about any of these, but you're doing a smash up job. You're going after people who do unsolicited texting, right, Dimitri?
Yeah, I've sued a whole bunch of spammers, and some, successfully. I haven't lost the case yet. And like yesterday, I sued Verizon, but not for spam, but for breach of contract. So we'll see how that goes.
What part? Can you talk about that? What was the issue?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, because it's all public record. So about a year and a half ago, I bought a phone at this retail store called Cellular Plus.
Yeah.
They operate Verizon branded retail stores.
Yeah.
And it's a $1,000 phone, and it's supposed to be free. You commit to this 36-month contract.
Yeah.
And they charge you the $37 a month, but they also credit you the $37 a month. Well,
did we lose him? Okay,
I think we may have lost him.
I think let's get him back, okay? I got to take this break. We'll get him right back.
Now, Impact Traffic. This report is sponsored by Rapid Radios.
A stalled bus partially blocking the right lane and right shoulder area of southbound I-25 at Downing, so watch for that hazard. C-470 still delayed because of a 5-car crash off to the right shoulder westbound C-470 approaching I-70. And then you have an accident coming in now Sheridan Boulevard north of 68th Avenue at 70th. With traffic, I'm Chris McLaughlin.
Stay connected and stay productive with Rapid Radios. Business owners trust Rapid Radios for instant, reliable team communication with nationwide LTE coverage, push-to-talk convenience, and room for up to 200 units on one feed. Keeping connected has never been easier.
Order now at rapidradios.com.
Joe Lazzara is a criminal defense attorney. Now, don't let your eyes roll. A lot of people think, well, I'm never going to need one. You know what? If you get a DUI or if you get a massive traffic infraction, you may need an attorney. Another thing, you might get accused of something you never even dreamed of, even an argument with a neighbor or arguing over a parking space. I swear to you, I've seen cases like that. So here's the quick message. Don't ever shop under pressure and don't pay up front under pressure. With Joe Lazzara, I know him. I've known him for 30 years. So you can call Joe and he'll talk to you free of charge with no commitment. If you do hire him, he'll put a flat rate on the case. It's that simple. So you won't be nickeled and dimed. 303-429-6200. Call if you ever need advice with no obligation. 303-429-6200. Lazzara, Lazzara. You can find him also at referralist.com. Why is there so much anti-Semitism on college campuses? I don't understand it.
I have a grandson who's just graduating from college. They got into that. It's because they think Israel's being too mean to the people who stand up to Hamas. But it doesn't make sense.
Favorite.
Yeah, I can't go number 2 anymore.
Can't go number 2 anymore. Big minority, lots of minority women, or whatever the hell he said. I forget what he said there.
Big minority woman. Yeah. Oh, did he had that on that?
Yeah. She was a big minority woman.
She was a big minority woman.
How big?
Big minority woman.
She was a big minority woman.
That was a drop from a call.
That's dragging, isn't it?
Yeah.
Good morning, Tom Martino Show. Is this Sean? Okay. And what type of fraudulent business were you speaking of? Is this a clinic? Okay. Is she with clinic? That's all I need. Hold on. He'll be right with you. Wait, what? This computer is very weird.
What is laser substrates? Do you have any crypto?
I do not.
Neither do I.
Start preparing today. For more info, go to fcc.gov/emergency.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-255. Okay, quickly, Dimitri, I had a question about small claims, and we lost you there, but you were giving us a lot of good information on what you're doing. And I want to know, can you subpoena stuff? Can you ask for discovery?
So yes and no. So I have, so you can ask for subpoenas, and I've successfully requested and got subpoenas in small claims cases.
Well, give me an example of a subpoena. Do you mean a subpoena would be for someone to testify?
Well, both. I did both. So I had a breach of contract case in small claims in Adams County, and I wrote up a subpoena. Just, you download the form from the court, and I wrote it up, and I requested certain shipping records, and I also requested this witness to come in and testify about those records.
Okay.
And I didn't even have to ask the judge. The lady behind the glass window at the clerk's office, she's the one who approved the subpoena, stamped it, and handed it back to me. And I've done it twice. Now, that's the extent of discovery in small claims. So you can't do like request for admissions and things like that.
But you can do, like, if he wants to see that video, he can ask for any video of his car.
Yeah, absolutely. But even more important, what he should do, and this is what I did prior to requesting the subpoenas, is I sent in a request to preserve certain documents.
Okay.
And, you send that in via certified mail. They don't have to turn them over to you at that point. But if they destroy those documents or that video,
they're in contempt.
Then they're not in contempt. What happens is, because let's say they destroyed before they got the subpoena because they know the subpoena is coming. Well, then the fact that they destroyed it is going to be interpreted against them by the court. So the presumption that the court will follow is that that was evidence that supported my case.
I love that, Dimitri.
Destroyed it.
So you can can do discovery or subpoenas through
just subpoenas.
Subpoenas, right, for information, videos, and evidence. And by the way, Sean, we're going to be taking you with this clinic issue. Kachina, you might want to tell him to hang on. We'll take him up first next hour. We also have Barry Miller with us, and I have some text questions coming in on Vestera Turnkey. So we're going to talk about that and our informational meeting this Saturday on the 19th. Stick around.
Look at all the... break, okay? Hang on for me. Uh-huh. Woo!
Shut up. You're such an immature person. I can't go number 2 anymore. Beep, beep. Ding, ding, ding. All that shit. He's just immature.
When you have a minute, I'll tell you who I was talking to on my way in.
Okay, I'm ready.
All right, so everything they told you is wrong. Okay, all right, now we got that cleared up.
Hi.
All right, what's up? What do you want to know? What do you got? Just gonna.
What do you guys do over here?
Uh,
Specialty, what do you like?
Okay, 1 hour down.
God, people are so stubborn. I've given them the name of the place 3 times. Petty detail. I got a good I got a good settlement. I got to keep my truck.
All right.
Was there any water? Is the Coke Diet Coke, or do you know?
And it might be Coke Zero. And I didn't look for
Yeah.
water. I just.
Coke Zero is it's okay, but God, it has an aftertaste too. But at least no calories. You got the con.
Okay.
you something. This morning, I was running late. I hadn't had anything to eat.
Win $1,000. Just enter this nationwide keyword on our website. Cash. That's cash. Enter it now at khow.com. Keep listening to win on 630 KHOW.
Are you ready to hear something that will not only make you feel better, but will actively excite you?
Yes! This is Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW, an iHeartRadio station.
Oh, I'm so excited.
Yeah.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hello, Tom Martino here. We are in the business of taking your phone calls and letting you basically vent problems, questions, complaints, getting something off your chest, or going after bad guys who've lied to you or cheated you or ripped you off. One thing I will tell you, the longer you wait on a problem, the worse it gets. It's always best to call even before there is a real big problem, but you're just feeling a little uneasy about a transaction. We can give you a free look at all of those issues: buying, selling, what to buy, where to buy, when to buy, why to buy, who to buy from, who to avoid. Also, when it comes to other things like work, career, lifestyle. Listen, the show's survived all this time, the longest running radio show on the air with the same host still on the air, because we do talk about those everyday things. So when there's not an election or there's not a controversy in the news, we still go strong. And Sean's calling us today with a clinic issue, an issue with a clinic. So Sean, spill the beans. What's going on with you, Sean?
Hey, Tom, a big fan.
Thank you.
About around 2017, I went to this therapist place called Oak Tree Behavioral Health over on Union in Lakewood. And I had my therapy session. I paid for it. It wasn't for me. I thought I was done with it. About 4 years later, I get this charge on my card for $300+ from this place. And I call them up, and the guy says, well, we were training someone new, and she never should have charged your card, and we're sorry about that. And they gave me a full refund. And, I left it at that. And so just 2 days ago, I get an email saying that the card that they have on file was denied, and they tried charging me $100.
Now, what do you mean? It was denied for the original charge, or it was denied when you tried to put the credit through?
It was denied because the card they have is expired, which I'm very grateful for.
Okay. So they tried to charge you $300 and it did not go through.
No. The first time they did charge $300 and it went through. And then I got a full refund because he said that it was a new girl that did it and she never should have charged my card.
Okay.
And then 2 days ago, and then this was the $300 part. That was years ago.
Right.
Years ago.
Then what was the new charge? What was the new charge for?
All it said was outstanding balance, and $100 never went through. And when I called up, they said that I signed a contract saying that they can charge me whenever they want. And when I requested a copy of this contract, the guy just continues to hang up on me.
Well, they can charge you for services rendered, and they can do it years later. There's nothing against the law on that. But what I don't understand is this. If they charged you the first time, said it was a mistake, and gave you a refund, is it the same card they tried to put through for the second charge?
Yes, it is. Yeah.
Why did the first charge go through, but not the second one?
Because at the time they charged that card, it was still active.
Then did you turn it off? Did you turn it off?
Yeah, well, it just expired, so I got a new debit card. And they still have my old debit card on file, which they tried to charge just a couple of days ago.
Okay, so the card had been expired.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, and then I went online and I read these reviews, and I mean, it is one after the other. Everybody.
Why don't you just ignore them?
Yeah, that was my advice, and that's what I'm going to do because I mean they don't have a card on me, so.
I mean, really, what are they going to do? What do they even say what the outstanding balance was for?
No, they didn't even tell me the actual amount. They just said that this was $100 of a payment plan, which I never signed up for. And I mean, this is years later. I just don't understand it. And a lot of the reviews said the same exact thing, that their billing is fraudulent. And I don't know. I just wanted them to be exposed.
Yeah, I don't blame you. But what I would do in a case like this, I tell a lot of people this. It's easier to fight something when they come after you than trying to go after them and prove the negative. So I would just sit tight and not worry about it. Now, where it would become an issue is if they try to ding your credit. But do you think they'll do that?
I don't think they will. And I believe me asking for a copy of the contract and them hanging up on me is proof of that.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to do anything. And I want you to stay in touch. I'm flagging this with your name and the date. So if you call me back and they do something, we can refer to this. But I don't think you're going to have a problem. And I want to mention this.
Okay.
And Sean, I want to mention this for everyone. A lot of people don't like delayed billing, and I don't either. When I was a kid, I bought a TV at Sears once. This was, oh my God, it was so many years ago. I was probably 21, newly married, bought a TV. Big color TV at the time was $300 something bucks. And can you imagine? This TVs, the prices haven't changed that much. Anyway, this was at Sears, those big giant boat anchors. So it was never put on my Sears card until 2 years later. They forgot or something. And it was devastating to me because when you budget your money and you're a young guy or starting out, and it was like a new bill, even though I hadn't paid it. To make a long story short, I had to pay it. They don't have to bill you in a timely fashion. It's still a valid bill. Now, technically, each state has its own deadline, its own statute that expires. For example, in Colorado, after 6 years, you cannot get a judgment on a bad debt. You can still pursue them collecting. They can still pursue it, okay, and try to collect from you, but they can't get a judgment. So normally, after 6 years, it's a debt issue. If they try to come after you, tell them to stuff it, and they'll never get the money because they can't get a judgment. But if it's prior to 6 years, if you went to a doctor or if you bought something and 5 years later they bill you, they have a good chance of collecting because it's within that 6 year period. But they have to pursue a judgment within 6 years of the due date. So it is really, really an issue with a lot of places that have sloppy bookkeeping. They do an audit and they discover, oh man, we never billed this guy for this. And then they go back and try to bill you. And meanwhile, you're thinking it was all taken care of. So keep that in mind. A late bill does not mean it is invalid or a late charge because it might just be sloppy bookkeeping. But they have up to 6 years to get a judgment. Now, a lot of people make a mistake. Let me explain this to you. Let's say you're coming up on 6 years on an unpaid bill, and you think, I have, you don't really know, but you think, I'm not paying this, I don't really owe it, whatever it is. You have a dispute. Now, this creditor knows that it's going to expire in a few months. So they do this thing called, I call it a resurrection, but it really is more like a life extension. They make a deal with you and they say, hey, guess what? For $100 or for $50 or for $10, whatever, we will just extinguish the debt. Let's do a settlement. But you don't get the settlement in writing, and they trick you into making a payment. So let's say they say for $25, let's just settle this whole thing. And it might be a $1,000 bill, and you're thinking, sure, for $25, just to be done with it, I'll do it. At that time, when you make that $25 payment, you have now resurrected this and it goes to another 6 years. So they have tricked you into making a payment or having activity on the account. And when you have activity on that account, it goes another 6 years. So now you have strapped yourself into another 6 years of their collection efforts. So don't ever be caught by that. If something is coming up on expiration, don't fall for the trick that they're going to settle with you for a few bucks here or there. I'm Tom Martino, 303-713-TALK, or you can call 303-MARTINO, 303-627-8466.
This is Dan Kaplis. A profound lack of respect for human life is causing an explosion of reckless driving, which is leaving a trail of dead and broken bodies on our roadways. Our firm is dedicated to forcing reckless drivers and their insurance carriers to pay in full for all of the harm they inflict. We are a serious firm for serious cases. We accept righteous injury cases on a percentage fee basis. If you need our help, please call 303-770-5551 or hit dankaplislaw.com.
The Quiet Cool Whole House Fan will help you save money and be more comfortable. What is the Quiet Cool Whole House Fan? It is a system that draws air from the lower parts of your home and expels the hottest air from the highest parts of your home. In short, it equalizes your temperatures. That alone helps your air conditioner work less. But you can also use it in the morning and sometimes in the evening instead of air conditioning. It's up to you to figure out how to use it, and you'll find a way and you will love it. I love mine, and it has saved me money. It takes just a couple hours to install with no wiring into the house. It just goes to a light fixture, and it's a quiet, cool. It's remote mounted. You don't hear a thing. It's wonderful. QCcolorado.com, 303-800-3419, 303-800-3419.
Denver Regen.
So, let me get to these texts.
Let's promote my biggest return.
Right, that's what I'm going to do.
Hi, Dan Cicchini. For custom kitchen or cabinet facing done right, go to drhi.com. Great cash incentives or a special financing rate of 0% APR with 72 week or monthly payments for the group credit. Call for details, 800-362-8370.
I'm Dr. Damon Tanton for Viome. Viome's full body intelligence test is the new science in anti-aging and life-extending insights. Viome analyzes your biological age to see if your body is aging too rapidly. You'll learn how making simple, precise changes in certain foods and supplements can, get this, slow your aging, keep you looking young, and help prevent future health issues. Next, Viome doctors design supplements specifically to your body's needs. Their job is to slow down and help reverse how fast your body is aging. And your Viome microbiome test reveals why you have stomach issues, don't sleep well, have low energy, even why you can't lose weight and more. Viome reboots your body to live longer, live healthier, and
Viome is changing lives. Order your full body intelligence test online and save $50. Viome guarantees rapid, remarkable health improvements your doctor will notice. Visit Viome.com, promo code RIDE. That's Viome.com, promo code RIDE. Losing evolution has helped me so much in terms of getting mobile and active again. And now they'll be helping me and you at their new location near Old Town in Arvada. It's an expanded facility for an even better version of the great care you've come to know from Regen Revolution. The combination of regenerative medicine and more traditional treatment modalities has gotten me back to being able to play sports and exercise in ways I thought I might never do again. Learn more at regenrev.com. That's REGENREV.com.
This report is sponsored by YRefi.com.
Spicy celery?
Technically labeled on the packet sweet.
Yeah.
What are you doing?
Two calls this morning.
Yeah.
At U.S. taxpayer expense.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. I have Barry Miller with me from Vestera Turnkey, and we're talking about becoming a landlord and letting them help you by kind of being your, as I put it, your nanny. And how do they do that? Well, part of the thing, let's just talk about being a landlord in general. To be a landlord, you go out and you buy a house. You take out a loan and you buy a house. Then you rent it out. That's it. And then you collect rent, pay expenses, hope to break even, make a little positive, and then you hope to sell the house. Most of the play is an equity play. It's not necessarily a play on making money every month. It used to be years and years ago. You could have some rentals and have a pretty good income every month. Those days are gone, basically. So what you hope to do is make an equity play and keep your head above water. That's how you would become a landlord. But most likely, you would buy in a market where you live or where you're close, so you don't have to go out and visit the property, or you don't have to have a lot of interaction by long distance. But that right now is not really a practical way to be a landlord, because the market you're in or close to may not be a good market. And second of all, you may not have the wherewithal to find the house, the best house with the best returns and the best equity growth. So that's where Vestera Turnkey came in. Barry says, I'm going to help people find the house. Then I'm going to set them up with a good management company. First of all, a good lender. And then I'm going to send them up with a management company. And then I'm going to set them up with us to babysit their account and to take the phone calls and make minor decisions and all of that. And what the owner's going to do is just keep track of their rental. And when it's time to sell, they're going to sell it. And they're going to make their equity play. So the questions I'm getting that I get all the time, and I'll just go through them. You can text me directly, and it comes right to my cell phone 24/7. I swear to you, if you ever need to talk to me or you want any kind of advice, literally, you get personal contact here, 747-999-5280. That's 747-999-5280. Think of it like this. 747 is the big airplane. I love airplanes. 999 is as close to 10 as you can get. So I go 747-999 and then 5280 for the Mile High City. So that text will come to me. You can also text us on the iHeart short code, which is 57739. So if you text me there, just put my name in there and it'll come to me, 57739. So here are some of the texts I'm getting that I get a lot of. So is this a pooled investment? The answer is no. Barry?
Correct. It's no with us. Now there's Wave 8 Capital to consider.
Yeah, but let's talk about your
Yes.
program in its purity. In its the way it was originally intended. Again, it's one person, one house.
Yeah, direct buy, I call it. I mean, you, the consumer, are buying that individual home.
Right.
That's
And
been
then
heavily researched.
how do they know which home to buy?
Yeah, heavily researched by Vestera's production research department. We look at the economic area, then we look at the best neighborhoods, then we look at the best homes. As you know, we buy homes the opposite end of fix and flip, essentially no deferred maintenance. Tom, we have over 100 homes. Only 2 of them have had a maintenance issue in the last 3 years at $500.
And the most I've had to do, and this is, before going in, put up a fence.
Yeah. And
then in most of those cases, my real estate guy, which is your real estate guy, got the builder to pay for it.
Builder or seller to pay for it. And that roughly $5,200 cost added $8,000 to $9,000 of instant value on the home.
All right.
That's what we're looking
So you identify the houses and you present it to your client base. A client decides to buy the house. Then you set them up with a mortgage lender.
Well,
they can pick their own, but you set them up.
We have 3.
You have people that understand the program, so they're not afraid. So they're not afraid of it.
No, and we have the power of numbers behind us. So the lenders, are going to make sure that the customer gets top treatment.
So what he did was he set me up with a lender, and I went through it and got a loan. Then the next step, I have the house. I just closed on it. You had me put a couple grand pad in there in the account, but I've never come to my first payment before it was rented. So far, in 4 houses,
yeah, 99 out of 100 have always had the tenant paying rent before the first mortgage was ever.
So the first payment's due in a month to 45 days, sometimes 60 days. And within that time, the management company you set me up with has it rented. So now you have rent coming in. You get a statement from the management company about the rent and where it was applied and the net to you. And most of the time, there's no expenses. But you have it sent to you. What about lawn care? Somebody wants to know about landscaping. Do I have to worry about getting my lawn done and all that, or did the tenants take care of that?
Property management takes care of that, and typically it's the tenants.
Okay.
Typically it's the tenant.
Okay.
Well, again, 99% of the time.
So property management makes sure the vendors you use on the house are all qualified.
All qualified vendors of all types, even if the refrigerator needs.
I don't know how you find such good property managers, but this guy is almost like me being there. I mean, he calls me and says, hey, I'm going to run over there and take a look at this. I don't think we should do this, or we should do this, or hey, can I get this power washed or something? I mean, it's really, really good.
I call it PF. P as in people, F as in find. People find is the most difficult part of my job. I have to find the best.
Okay. So now let me walk you through it. Barry found the home. The real estate guy helped him. So the real estate guy and me get together with Barry. I send a deposit. We're under contract. Then they have the house inspected. They pick the inspector. I get a report. Then the real estate guy goes, I haven't said a word. I haven't done anything. The real estate guy goes and negotiates the inspection mitigation. Those are all done or negotiated. Then we have a closing at my house with a notary that comes here. And the loan is set up in between where I apply for the loan. They know the program. So that's kind of walkthrough. They give you step by step. So now I have a loan, I have a property, and a closing. Then the property manager calls me or sends me an email and says, I'm your management company if you want me to be, and you sign the contract. Then the management company, Marc, in my case, for all of my properties so far, I love Marc. He then sends me a contract, and then he goes out and finds people to rent. But what I noticed is he never None of the people talk to just me. They always copy you and your people. Why is that? Why is that?
That's the influence of the power of numbers. Every time they talk to you, I want them to realize, there are 20, 25 other customers behind
in that neighborhood.
And we have to make sure if one has a problem, they're all going to hear about it. We have to make sure they're all well taken care of.
Okay. So now, then comes the long part. It's where people say, now what? See, there is no now what. And that, I even had some of my partners in this, because I'm doing partials with people, say, now what? And I say, well, there is no now what. We're just collecting rent, and we have light bookkeeping that I take care of and that people can take care of very easily. When I say light bookkeeping, you can literally just do nothing. You can just take the statements from the management company at the end of the year and go to an accountant. All you're doing is accounting for money in, money out. Okay? So now what? The now what is growing in appreciation. So how long does the now what take?
I have a 6-year program that we're offering to a lot of people. 3 years typically is a good time to sell that one property, use all the gains, all the cash, money gains, real money, and buy 2 properties and double the investment return. So typically we're putting all those numbers together and putting it in a nice presentation. I don't know if I'll have it for the seminar on Saturday, but I'll be talking about it at the seminar on Saturday. And I've shown it in rough form to some people, and it's really, really effective.
So keep this in mind. One house per customer. You go to Vistara, they set you up on buying a home, where to buy, when to buy, who to manage, when to sell. And they hold your hand in between. So I had the management company said there was some pooled water in the backyard, but right after closing. And Barry wrote, or Mark or Dave, don't bother Tom with this. We'll take care of it. I never even, in other words, the management company just will let you know what's going on, but they make decisions for you. So Barry or somebody made a decision on what needed to be done. It was taken care of. So it's kind of like they're your nanny. That's the best word I can say. You're my nanny. You take care of all the little crap that I don't want to take care of. Now, I can get as involved as I want to be.
As you want to. Yeah.
I mean, I don't know why I would, but I mean, I guess I could pick the renter, but I let you guys pick them. I let you guys pick the renter. I let you guys pick the lender. I let you guys pick the guy to do the lawn.
Insurance. We save you money on insurance.
Yeah. I mean,
All that.
That's another thing. The homeowner's insurance. You can go to your own people if you want, but there are people that know the Vistara program and they send you a binder right away. There are certain steps that happen on every single home, almost like a checklist. Although you don't actually have a checklist, do you? Or are you developing one?
We have one. We have one internally, and we always have. Okay, it's
I would love
pretty extensive.
If I had to make a recommendation, I would love for the owners to have a checklist.
We're putting it
so
together.
They can see it visually what their next step is.
We're putting it together visually, hard copy, or of course on the internet.
Online. Okay.
Online. Yep.
We got more coming up. I'm Tom Martino. Now, we're taking any and all calls on any and all things for problems, questions, and complaints. And the main thing is get it off your chest, even if it hasn't come to a head right now. 303-713-TALK is 713-8255 or 303-MARTINO, and that's 303-627-8466.
KHOW Denver, 630 KHOW, an iHeart radio station. Download the free iHeart Radio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Now, Impact Traffic.
From the Superstar Car Wash Traffic Center.
This report is sponsored by YRefi.com.
Overall, the drive through the metro area looking pretty good. No major accidents at this point, but you do have a slower traffic behind an earlier stall northbound I-25 at I-70. That's keeping speeds down on northbound I-25 through downtown. Up in the high country, westbound I-70, it's a stalled semi. Watch for this hazard blocking the right lane at the bottom of Floyd Hill, about a mile east of US 6. With traffic, I'm Chris McLaughlin.
Is private student loan debt ruining your life? It doesn't have to. Why Refi refinances private student loans that others won't touch, and they don't care what your credit score is. Just go to whyrefi.com. That's YREFY.com.
If you want countertops, you're about 3 weeks away. Yeah, about 3 weeks. You call the Art of Granite. They come to your home, and first they give you a price on the phone. And if you like it, they come to your house once to template. That's it. Next time they come, they tear out and haul away. That's free. And then they install the new countertops. And it's all done in basically 2 trips, one short one and one to install. And you're done. And it all takes from beginning to end about 3 weeks. Theartofgranite.com. Get your price on the phone right now, whether it be granite or any kind of material, okay? Any natural stone or man-made materials. 303-386-5919, 303-386-5919, theartofgranite.com.
He's all yours, Chopper.
Hey, Tom?
Yes.
Do you want me to ask Barry a question, or should I wait for Saturday?
No, you can ask anything you want, bro. Anything on anything.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, Tom, I have one for you that I don't want to forget. Water.
Frozen? Whew.
You put us in the cone of silence.
Yeah.
Mandy Call here with the Legal Minute from my friends at Bell & Pollock. Listen for more great advice on the Bell & Pollock Injury Show, Saturdays at 10 on KOA.
Hi, I'm Gary Bell of the law firm of Bell & Pollock. We are injury attorneys, and this is your Legal Minute. You're involved in a car crash. You're rear-ended. You went to the emergency room. You went to your doctors. You're seeking conservative modalities of treatment. You're wondering what to do. Should you hire an attorney? How do you hire an attorney? How do you hire an injury attorney? What do you do? What do you look for? I'll tell you one thing. I call it a drive-by. Brad calls it a drive-by. You want to try to avoid the law firms that do just send somebody to your home or to your office or to your hospital room with the paperwork, and you don't meet with a licensed attorney. At Bell & Pollock, you're going to meet with a licensed attorney. You're going to get initial consultation free and a free, significant, meaningful legal game plan.
I like that one the best.
Yeah.
Get more information or help from Bell & Pollock at championsofthepeople.com.
Hail damage? Get help now with the exterior home professionals at Genesis Total Exteriors. They do roofs, siding, stucco, windows, decks, and more. So everything can be handled by one trusted company. One estimate. Think smart. Think Genesis
These
Total
other
Exteriors.com.
TS and Tim, they approve all this shit.
Or GenesisTotalExteriors.com.
Right.
I talked to Mark about that.
679-8509. Hurt in a car crash? Get John Fuller on your side. Call Fuller.com.
you love me. I know you like using me wherever you are, but I feel like this isn't working out when you're driving. I know you may think that it's possible to focus both on me and the road, but I just don't feel the same way. I think we should spend time away from each other when you're driving. It's for the best.
Visit StopTextStopWrecks.org. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Hello, Tom Martino here, 303-713-8255. Welcome to the show. Let's continue our discussion. And I'm taking your calls as well as 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. So we have a system where you go into a market and the market is researched, you identify a home, you get the home inspected, get a loan, do everything. Now, this is you and Vestera. Okay, that's it. This is the program. This is the main program. And so then, and we'll be talking about this Saturday, the 19th in the morning. Go to mybiggestreturn.com to sign up. But this is what you're doing. You are buying that house with the help of Vestera. Vestera doesn't own any part of it. And where they make their money is on commissions if they buy going in, sell coming out, and also nowhere else. They have a small fee every year for managing, like $600 for taking your phone calls and doing all the miscellaneous stuff. So here's the deal. Now you have the house and you hold it up to 3 years. Normally they don't hold it more than 3. They come to you at some point and say, I think it's good time to sell. Now, let's not talk about tax-free exchanges. That's a whole different ballgame. Although it's not that difficult, they can help you do it, where you sell that property and get another 2 properties because of the profit you made. But for people, let's just talk about a normal transaction. You're going to now sell. So what you do is you put the house up for sale and you sell it. And you make profit. And hopefully that profit is a good return on money invested. And the money invested is really not that much, because when you think about it, you got a loan, you don't count that. You don't count leveraged money when you invest. So you are really getting the benefit of a lot of money on your cash.
A lot of money.
On your cash.
On your cash. It's cash on cash. The worst we've had in the last 5 years. Early on, I think the first hour, somebody said, well, does anybody ever lose money? No one has lost money or ever come close to it with Vestera since we activated it again in 2019. No one. And the lowest is 30% per year cash on cash after the property was sold.
So you sell, so you come to them and say it's a good time to sell,
Mm-hmm.
and you sell,
Mm-hmm.
and you act as the broker, or you get the broker involved.
The right brokers.
That's right.
And we look for discount.
Right. So then it's sold, and basically the investor takes their profit and leaves, or they can keep going, or they can do a 1031. But it's that simple. You buy and you sell. And
hey, Tom, I have a couple questions.
Okay, go ahead, Chopper. Chopper is doing a house with me, by the way. And let me explain what that is. My wealth management company has an outside business interest that we're doing. We're allowing people to do these Vestera homes, but they're doing them with me if they don't want to do the whole thing. So they can choose whatever portion they want to own. If they want to own 20%, then I'm going to find another partner to do the rest, and I will take care of everything, the loans, the bookkeeping, everything. So what is your question?
2 questions. Do you keep a fund? Let's say you had a septic tank or something and it went bad. How is that handled? And the other thing is, Barry, do you avoid HOAs?
Okay, a couple of things. Where the hotspot markets are, they have many fewer HOAs than we have.
But you don't want to avoid an HOA.
No, and we don't avoid them. But our highest HOA fee in the last 5 years is $44 a month. So we don't have any above that. Don't need them in the markets that we're in. The HOA is just doing the little.
Because they're single family homes, there's not a lot of HOA stuff like a condo or a townhome. And that was another question. Do you do condos or townhomes? You don't, right?
Well, no, we do, but seldom, less than 3% of the time. do the finances
All right.
make sense?
So now, if a septic goes or anything, Chopper is just like anything. If there's enough money in the account, you pay for it out of the account or you come out of pocket. You own the house, so you are responsible for the costs.
Yeah, right. But the other thing is, we have the home before it's ever presented to you.
That's another thing.
We have 3 different inspections. And then if we if we see anything is old or potentially going to go out, we have gotten sellers to do a 1 or 2 year home warranty program. And a couple of our customers on the 2nd and 3rd year, Chopper, have said, wait a minute, maybe some big item is going to go out. Well, then it's worth $600 or $700 to get a home warranty program that covers that item.
But in any case, the bottom line is, on most of their houses, I don't know how to say this other than stats show it, there are no big repairs.
Correct. We haven't had anything above $1,800.
All of the houses are relatively
One
new.
of them, yep.
They don't buy old houses.
No, we don't.
They're either new from a builder or relatively new, 2nd or 3rd owner at the most, and you don't have these big expenses. But if you did, it would come out of your pocket, just like anything.
It had to be at last resort. We've not had one person have to do that.
Let me take this real quick. Emily has a question. Emily, what's going on?
Hi there.
Hey.
Yeah, I am calling about a complaint with Groove Subaru.
What's the problem?
I purchased So I traded in my vehicle April 1st of this year. They failed to pay the total amount of my car that I traded in for a month and a half. They didn't pay it off until June 16th and was using my warranty I had on the Subaru from the previous lot while it's dinging my credit.
Wait a minute, Emily. Let me get this straight. Let me get this straight. You traded in a car at Groove, and the car you traded, they kept open for a month and a half?
Correct.
And then they paid it off.
Correct.
And during the time they had it open or unpaid off, was it in their name or in your name?
It was in my name still and dinging my credit every single day that it wasn't paid off.
Why would it, wait. Why would it ding your credit?
Because I was delinquent for not paying on a car loan.
Oh, okay. Hold on. Let's come back to this. This sucks, Emily. Hang on. I'm Tom Martino.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Denver 7 News at 6 p.m.
Overall, the drive through the metro area looking pretty good. No major accidents at this point, but you do have slower traffic behind an earlier stall northbound I-25 at I-70. That's keeping speeds down on northbound I-25 through downtown. Up in the high country, westbound I-70, it's a stalled semi. Watch for this hazard blocking the right lane at the bottom of Floyd Hill, about a mile east of US 6. With traffic, I'm Chris McLaughlin.
At Denver 7 News, we're committed to covering our community, always listening, finding solutions, and making sure your voice is heard. Because we know that local news should do more than inform, it should connect. Watch Denver 7 News weeknights at 6 p.m.
You know, I love when a company is run like Excel Roofing. Excel as an excellent, E-X-C-E-L. The customer, the consumer, is never put at risk. They have an excellent roofer who doesn't take a penny, not a dime, not a check, nothing up front. They only get paid 100% when the job is done. Think about that. Every other roofer takes your insurance check or money and it leads to trouble. It puts you at risk. With Excel, you never pay a cent until you're content. They also have a repair crew that can do repairs on your roof and free inspections of your roof if you suspect you have insurance damage, hail damage, wind damage. Call them first, and then they can take care of the rest. Excel, a company you can trust. excelroofing.com, 303-761-6400, 303-761-6400. If you're in need of an attorney, don't hesitate to call Joe Lazzara for criminal defense. Now, a lot of people hesitate, and in fact, you should have Joe Lazzara's name and number in case you ever have to refer him or use him for anything. It could be for a traffic violation, for a DUI, or for more serious things like an assault charge. Maybe you got in an argument with somebody and they claimed that you threatened them. Whatever it is, Joe Lazzara can handle it. He does free consultations always. You can talk to him. Then after that, if you decide to hire him, it's always on a it's on a flat rate basis, not a percentage and no money up front ever. It's a flat rate. Free initial consultations, flat rates, and I've done the shopping for you. 303-429-6200. 303-429-6200. All right, I've been talking to Vestera Turnkey today. We have a seminar coming up on the 19th. That's this Saturday. So I want you to go to mybigestreturn.com to find out more. And one of the things we've been talking about is doing partial investments. Let's just say you don't want to do the whole thing the first time out. You want to do Vestera Turnkey, but you want to own part of it, 20, 30, 40%. You can do that with me, and I can be your partner in it, and I can do it through my financial advisement experience. So if you want to get involved in this program and you want me to help you, I can do that. Or you can get involved directly. We will both be at the seminar this Saturday to talk about it, Barry Miller and myself. So why don't you go and sign up right now, mybigestreturn.com.
Sure. What kind of insurance? Is this homeowners or is this car?
Well, that doesn't surprise
Okay.
me.
What's your first name? All right, Mike, hang on, and Tom will be with you momentarily,
All
okay?
the kids in
Hang on.
Africa and India and China even. That seems like a low amount.
It really does.
Really. Are we going to blame that on Trump?
Man, I'm happy to tell you about the only realtor that made the cut for Dave Logan, and that is Troy Hansford. I recommend Troy because he's the
Why now?
You hear that?
What?
Drip.
Well, he's an immature idiot. He's an immature idiot.
I missed it. I wasn't on offline.
Oh, he's such a jerk. He's a child. He must drive his wife crazy.
Who are you talking to, Tom?
The biggest immature idiot in the studio.
Don't let him in the helicopter. He'll
Doc's
drive
not
us
here.
nuts.
Hey.
You know what they say, time flies when you're having a lot of fun. Because can you believe it's already been 1 year of iHeart Women's Sports? It's the go-to spot for stories, wins, and real talk with the biggest names in the game. From the court to the field, even behind the scenes. Voices like Sarah Spain, Ashley Harris, and a whole lineup of legends are leading the charge. Check it out and celebrate 1 year of iHeart Women's Sports right now on iHeartRadio.
Explore the latest. Open the free iHeartRadio app and see what's trending now. Adopt US Kids presents Multiple Choice Parenting.
You've accidentally cut your daughter's bangs unevenly. Do you A, line things up a centimeter from her hairline?
I'm sorry, every time we get talking, I get calls, but we're getting traction. So anyway,
the customer, so I'm just replying to him. Thank you there, son. Okay.
I think he has a list of irritating sounds.
Why do you need me to find one?
Oh, you got them all, by the way.
It's an understatement.
We depend on our drinking water supply daily, but where does that water come from? Your water provider encourages you to get to know your local water source so together we can protect
I
and
wonder how many people's never typed on a typewriter
community to protect our water source now. Ensure we have a sustainable drinking water
and
supply.
heard that. Remember that ding?
Oh yeah, right.
Yeah, on a typewriter.
Message is brought to you by the American Water Works Association and your local water
Provider.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. So Emily went to a dealer and they paid off her car late and it dinged her credit. Emily, there is no easy answer for this one. Okay?
Oh, I wish that was it. I wish there was just one issue. I've been given the runaround. They've sold me about $10,000 in warranties.
Yeah,
When
but
I
wait,
already
whoa,
had
whoa,
a
whoa, whoa, whoa,
factory
whoa.
warranty
Emily,
on
Emily,
the
Emily,
vehicle.
Emily, if they sold you, you bought $10,000 in warranties. I mean, that's kind of unfair to say they sold them to you. You had to sign on the dotted line.
Yep, they had me come in 4 days after the sale to quickly re-sign
Why
one
did you
sheet of paper.
do it?
And I figured it was a national company with a good reputation, and I didn't have to worry about it, and I was very wrong.
Okay, let's take one issue at a time. First, the ding on your credit.
Sure.
Did it do you damage?
It sure did.
What kind of damage?
It was taking 2 points off a day, off of my credit every day that my car payment was late. And because they didn't pay it off for 2.5 months, you could imagine it took a big dip.
So you need to do a lawsuit against them for slander of credit. That's not an easy thing, but you're going to have to do it. It's going to cost you, but you have to tie it to literal rejections of loans or where it cost you because of it. Having a low credit score is one thing, but the damages are another. I'll go over the rest of it after this. Do me a favor, Kachina.
Yeah.
Just tell the callers to hang in and I will get to them.
Yep.
Okay. Just because a lot of times if you goose them a little, they'll hang on instead of hanging up.
Hey, Mike, just be patient with me. We're going to get to you as soon as possible, okay? Okay. Uh-huh. All right, Hank, just be patient with me. We're going to get to you as soon as possible, okay?
Well, you can do whatever you want. You can stay or leave.
Okay.
It's whatever you want. It's up to you totally. I mean, I'm still going to plug it.
You're going to plug it in.
Yeah, whatever you want to do. Okay, so.
I'm thinking about Emily.
No, whatever. No. Look at, bro. That's why I said it's totally up to you. I'll see you. Where's the location on Saturday the same?
Yeah, I'll be sending it.
Send that to me, okay. Here it is. It just goes right here.
Oh,
You got it. Yeah, it just sits there.
same place, and I'll send you a map.
Okay.
Directions and
Okay. Let me see you.
yeah. Sorry about that.
Well, that would be frustrating if the dealer didn't pay off your car,
Yeah.
within like a week or so of doing the deal.
Oh, what happened to the lights?
Whoa. Maybe someone hit the switch.
Oh God, we're in trouble.
Russia responded to President Trump's arms deal with NATO to send weapons to
Dragon's not
Ukraine,
back there
launching
either, is
fresh
he?
aerial strikes on
No.
Ukraine overnight.
How about
Wall
Kelly?
Street stocks
Kelly's there.
mixed due to tariff concerns. This is ABC News.
You better be ready, Kelly.
Flash flood warnings and evacuations issued in regions that are still dealing with the devastation left behind from the deadly July 4th floods.
Threat of flooding in central Texas have hampered the search for more victims of the Independence Day floods. Governor Greg Abbott has backed the number of people missing down from 161 in hard-hit Kerr County.
Even though we are reporting 97 people missing, there's no certainty that all 97 of those people were swept away by the storm.
Across the state, at least 132 people are known to have died. Jim Ryan, ABC News, Dallas.
In Colorado, opening statements underway for the prominent Colorado dentist accused of poisoning his wife with an ingredient found in over-the-counter eye drops. Trial expected to last for weeks. 4 astronauts returned from their 20-day mission at the International Space Station. Back before splashing down, the crew included leaders from India, Poland, and Hungary, along with American commander Andy Winston. Michelle Franzen, ABC News.
Music is a bridge between the material and the spiritual. My name is Harvey Lala, and I'm 82. As a blind person, you have to be aware that nobody can tell you what you can or can't do. You really have to try things. My folks got me a little radio in 1940, and that was the best Christmas present I ever got. When I was 11 years old is when I started to play music, the piano, and then the accordion, and then the cello. My wife, who was also blind, was a good cook. When she died, that's when I started Meals on Wheels. America, let's do lunch.
1 in 6 seniors faces the threat of hunger, and millions more live in isolation. Drop off a hot meal and say a quick hello. Volunteer for Meals on Wheels by donating your lunch break at americawantstolunch.org. This message brought to you by Meals on Wheels America and the Ad Council.
KHOW News Time. Troubleshooter.
Another whirlwind is slowed down with drivers through certain construction zones, including Highway 119 between Boulder and Longmont, the diagonal. 6 new speed cameras are now rolling, monitoring vehicles whizzing past highway workers. CDOT Chief Engineer Pete Stefanik.
Speeding is one of the primary causes of some of these fatalities and serious injuries. So we thought that this would protect our construction workers and reduce the speeding and also increase the safety for the road users.
CDOT says last year, work zone crashes killed 31 people, nearly twice as many as the year before, and hurt nearly 570. A 30-day grace period begins next Monday, and after that, speeders through the zone could face $75 fines. The mayor charged in the Boulder attack against Chipole's for a group will be in court today. More than a dozen people were injured in the June 1st attack, with 82-year-old Karen Duggan dying from her injuries a month later.
Now, impact traffic from the Superstar Car Wash Traffic Center.
This report is sponsored by Wendy's new Tucky Fuego meal.
Traffic on I-25 moving along pretty well for you. No issues on the Boulder Turnpike. Your I-70 drive looks good between
Well,
Aurora and
Tom's
Louisville.
back.
Yep.
Further west is a stalled semi creating a hazard westbound I-70. It's in the right lane at the bottom
The
of
lights haven't
Floyd
changed.
Hill. About
Do I have return audio?
Leave some caution as you work your way through there. With traffic, I'm Chris McLaughlin.
Never mind.
Wendy's new Tucky Fuego meal is here with a Tucky Fuego chicken sandwich and small Fuego fries inspired by Tucky Fuego chips with a wonderful
There's that
Tucky
smoke
Fuego
effect.
batch
Or
and a drink.
I thought I heard it.
No, it was a drop.
Participating U.S. Wendy's
Oh.
while supplies last. Boxes and Fuego items can be ordered.
Dragon should have one of the toilet running,
Oh yeah.
when the flap doesn't work.
It's Henry Brents with Excel Roofing. If your home was in a hail or windstorm, you should call Excel Roofing first. We'll let you know if you have damage and if you should file a claim. 303-761-6400. Excel is Martino's favorite roofer. Honest inspections, no cancellation fees. You don't pay a cent until you're content. ExcelRoofing.com. Auto accident? Get the right lawyer on your side. Call Fuller.com.
No one wants to leave behind stress for their family. That's why a trust or a will is so important. Without one, your assets might go to the wrong person or leave out loved ones. Also, probate is long, expensive, and often avoidable with a revocable trust. Trustandwill.com makes it simple to create a personalized estate plan. A trust or will provides clarity and peace of mind. Get 20% off on your estate plan documents by visiting trustandwill.com/radio.
Denver's talk station has your chance to win $1,000. Just enter this nationwide keyword on our website. Pay. That's pay. Enter it now at khow.com. Keep listening to win on 630 KHOW.
Yeah. Ripped off. Bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hey, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. I'm going to take a real quick call here. Go back to Emily in a minute here. But Mike has a question on commercial insurance. And again, I want to try to juggle these calls as best I can to get to all of them. And let's talk to Mike. Mike, what is your question on commercial insurance?
So my parents have a property here in Colorado, and they have a renter's policy because they live in the basement and upstairs is commercial.
Okay.
The agent provided them with this renter's insurance coverage, and it has the policy is written for a $500 deductible, and they even called the agent before they called to file a claim with the insurance company, and the insurance company is claiming that it's a $2,500 deductible. So the question is, aren't they under the insurance company bound to pay to only allow it to be $500 deductible?
Well, I want to ask a couple questions, Mike. This renter's insurance, you said they're in the basement of what?
Of a building, two-story building.
Okay, and
So it's really a one-story building with a walkout basement. It's a residence.
But they rent that one area, right?
They live in that area, but for them to have homeowners insurance, that's the only coverage that the insurance company would offer is rental.
Do they own the house? Let's get right to it. Do they own the house above it?
Yes.
They don't get to have you don't get. First of all, I don't even know how that happened. You're not allowed to have renter's insurance in your own house.
I trust me. I understand, but that's the way multiple insurance companies told them it had to be written.
No, I'm sorry. Whatever they got now, do they rent? Okay, they own the house. Who lives in the house above them?
It's a business, commercial retail business.
But they own it.
Yes.
Are they renting the basement part from themselves?
No.
Well, they shouldn't have renter's insurance, and I don't believe that multiple agents told them that. I believe they I don't even know how, but that's not what you're calling about. But I'm just telling you, there's no way they should have renter's insurance if they own the property. It is an absolute exclusion, okay? So let's just go to the part that you called about. The agent told them they had a $500 deductible. And they actually have a $2,500 deductible. The only thing that will count is what's on the declaration page.
Okay.
What is on the declaration page?
$500.
Okay. If they have a declaration page issued by the underwriter, it's an actual declaration page telling them their coverage, then they have a $500 deductible, or they're going to have to sue the agent for errors and omissions. Now I'm taking you at your word that they have a declarations page, a real declaration, not a letter from the agent, but a real declarations page that says $500.
Yes, with all all the coverage, exclusions. Yep, that's what they have. Yes.
Okay. then the company can't back out of it right now. They can't. They just can't.
Okay. That's what I thought, but I wanted to get your opinion.
Oh.
And I thought that the renter's insurance was kind of weird too, but that's what they were told.
Well, I don't care what they were told. No matter what, that's wrong. Okay, so that's okay, but it's wrong. And it's going to come back to bite them in the ass. And if I were you, I would call Compass Insurance and get real insurance for what you need. I don't even know how you're getting renter's insurance. They live in a building that they own. It's okay. You're lucky that this insurance pays anything. This agent was totally negligent. Okay. So you got a bad situation all the way around. Too much for me to solve, actually. They should have never had the policy. And it doesn't matter if you were told that. It doesn't matter. When you're told something wrong, guess what? Still wrong. Still wrong when you're told something wrong. 303-713-8255. I want to go back to Amelie real quick. Amelie bought a car. She has several issues. One is she bought it from Groove Subaru. One is the dealer paid off her car more than a month later. It dinged her credit. She has to tie it to a loss and sue for slander of credit. There is no other way around it. Unless they will voluntarily make a cash settlement, which they won't. There is no other way around it than to sue for slander of credit. But if you actually have a loan that was turned down or financial damages as a result, then you will be compensated. But it's going to cost you money to get that done. Then you said you had other problems, that they sold you $10,000 of warranties. What exactly do you mean by that?
So I had a factory warranty that I was unaware of. They kind of pressured me into buying these warranties, like I wasn't going to be able to pay for it if something went wrong with the vehicle.
Okay, I get how they press you. Tell me the exact warranties you bought.
Subaru wheels and tires and Subaru windshield, as well as a 3,000-mile extended warranty on the Toyota Tacoma that I traded it in for. Now I'm unable to use either warranties, and I'm having issues with the brand new Toyota Tacoma. I've had 2 appointments scheduled with them that they told me that they cannot service my vehicle and to take it to Toyota instead and use my factory warranty. So not only did they sell me the moon, I'm not allowed to cash in the stars.
Okay, so Amelie, they sold you a windshield warranty, which is crap, by the way, wheels and tires, and an extended warranty, right?
And as well as gap insurance.
Okay. Man, you did get screwed. You got totally. But why did you agree to it all? I mean, it came to a lot of money. Didn't you see an additional 10 grand?
Well, the paperwork that I signed the day of the trade was completely different than the paperwork they handed me 4 days later when I was just.
It doesn't matter. The only thing that matters is what you actually signed, the latest one you signed, because the one that you went in and signed again probably said the earlier one was null and void. So the only one that counts is the one you have signed. Okay. If you signed one, so are you telling me these additional warranties were not put on there until a few days later?
Correct. And I've gone in there 3 times to get to the bottom of this, to where they've had 4 managers either let go, quit, or fired, or they've gone through 4 different managers by the time I've traded my vehicle in for this.
Okay. What vehicle? So you bought a brand new Toyota Tacoma from Groove Subaru? I didn't know they sold new cars.
It's a 2023. It's certified used that they had on the lot. I wanted to switch from Subaru to Toyota and thought it would be a clean deal.
Wow. I believe you, by the way, Emily. This is a screw job. There's no doubt in my mind it's a screw job. The problem is when people agree to screw jobs, they legitimize them. But I think that some of these can be refunded if you haven't used them. I think that
Right, and I've gone in there. I've gone in there 3 separate times, given the runaround. They were going to go back through the electronic receipts of what I actually signed, and by that time they had already switched over to a new manager. So now we're on manager number 4.
Well, I think we need to help you. I think we actually need to help you by actually dealing with this, like calling them and saying, look, what the hell is going on? You need to get your deal paperwork to us, and I need to get someone to look at this deal paperwork. Chopper, you're pretty familiar with car deals. You know the windshield coverage is crap, the wheels and tires crap, and the extended warranty crap. But we need to get her out of these because I'm positive she agreed to them. Now, Emily, I know that you say they shuck and jived you. So when you bought this originally, there were no warranties. When you went back the second time, they had loaded it up.
Correct.
What reason did they? What reason? And Chopper, here's the deal. I'm sure she agreed to those warranties. Okay. But the fact of the matter is, I don't think it's too late to back out of them. I got someone out of a deal one time that had $10,000 in warranties, and we went in, and there were refund policies because they had not used them. And when did this deal happen, Emily?
April 2nd was the day of the deal.
April, May, June.
April 2nd was the day of the deal. They didn't pay off my trade-in until June 16th.
Yeah. There's not much you're going to do on that one. I mean, I swear to you that unless you have actual damages, that's not even worth pursuing. I know it's terrible. It is terrible. We get a lot of complaints about these people, this particular dealership. Where is this dealership? Is this on Arapahoe?
Nope, this is on Broadway and about Bellevue in Inglewood.
Broadway. Okay.
There's a bunch of them down there, Tom.
Yeah.
I'll take care of it.
Yeah, here's what I want you to do. I want you to ask them how they can get out of this, how she can get out of this, because you can tell them that they know it's a bunch of crap. They know it is. These dealers that sell this crap, I don't know how the hell they do it with a straight face, but they do. They just sell this garbage. People, I am telling you that you should never buy anything extra ever. And I mean never, not one thing. Anything that dealer offers you can be bought better aftermarket from someone else, except maybe for what's called prepaid service. That's where you buy oil changes and stuff in the future, but you pay for them now. Although I wouldn't even do that, okay? I wouldn't even do that. There is another coverage that is not terrible, where the wheels are covered if they're really fancy, expensive wheels. That's for scuffing and all of that. But you should never pay the prices they charge for that. This is where the problem comes in, is the dealer. You make a good deal and then you get the screw job afterwards. And that's what happened to her. And they made her come back in. Here's what probably happened. They looked at the deal Emily made. And they said, you know what? We didn't make enough money off of this woman. Let's redo the deal and have her come in and sign it. And they have her come in and sign it. And a lot of people are stupid enough to go in and sign new paperwork. Never buy anything from the F&I department ever, and never re-sign paperwork ever. Never, ever, ever. I'm Tom Martino. This is the biggest screw job I've seen in a long time. By the way, if you want to avoid being screwed in the real estate market and you want to know what your house is worth and what it will sell for, Frank Duran, therealestateman.com, will give you a free market evaluation with no obligation whatsoever. He'll go over your home, what it will sell for, the comps, and everything involved in your home to give you an accurate price. And it's free of charge. Frank Duran, therealestateman.com.
the best deal anywhere on countertops from theartofgranite.com. Any natural stone or man-made material, they do it all. Plus, you get a free backsplash, free sinks, a free cutting board, and a free bathroom vanity. Free tear out and haul away is always included, and always materials at cost. Even better now, 10% off labor for a limited time. Get prices on the phone, 303-386-5919, 386-5919, theartofgranite.com. Hey, do you want to save money in this heat with air conditioning bills? You can do it. I've done it with the Quiet Cool Whole House Fan. It is an amazing tool. What it does, it goes into the upper floor attic area of your home. It sucks air from the lower areas and expels the hottest air from the ceiling into your attic and outside. The Whole House Fan evens the temperatures in your home. That is the main function, and that alone keeps your air conditioner working less. But there's another thing you can do. You can let your house cook all day when you're not home instead of running air, and then cool it off in a few minutes with the Whole House Fan when you get home. Or you can use it in the morning in place of air on cool mornings, or in the evenings in place of air. However you want to use it, you will save money. It's the Quiet Cool Whole House Fan, QCcolorado.com, 303-800-3419, 303-800-3419.
Yeah, I go in there from time to time.
Yeah.
I was there for after our homeowners meeting.
Oh.
A couple of the people go over there and have dinner or get something to eat afterwards. So I joined them last Wednesday. Yeah, I was there.
You know, a place I haven't been to in a long time, but I guess I was there way too much as a flight instructor. Is Perfect Landing.
I know.
I mean, we just go up there for coffee or something. But it's still there.
Oh yeah. I mean, I think they still do. They have Sunday brunch. On Friday nights or something, they have a piano player.
I think they do a lot of catering for the private jets.
They might. Yeah.
What, Chopper, what problem do you have with Perfect Landing?
Oh, not any. It's just that when I was a flight instructor, I'd go up there so much, with a student and do that.
Yeah, but they're good people, right? I never had any problems with them.
Oh, no, I didn't. When I meant problems, it's just I've been there so many times, I guess. Their food was good the last time I was there.
They have great food.
God, they do.
Well, now you guys are making me want to go there again.
I had Haley's wedding shower, or Haley's baby shower there. That was a long time ago.
A wave of new wealth awaits you with honest answers on how to make real estate investments the smart way, fully managed, safe, and secure. Find out more on the Bestera Turnkey Show, Saturday mornings at 8 on Talk Radio 630 KHOW.
Men, the summer is here. Longer days, warmer nights, and romance in the air. Intimate dinners, walks on the beach, dancing in the moonlight. But if you have erectile dysfunction, you know it can ruin romance, you and the one you love. This is why for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. And if you have ED, don't let another summer go by without getting treated. Because intimacy is one of the greatest things in life. And fear of not being able to perform should not be something you have to deal with. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, we're ED experts. We've successfully treated tens of thousands of men. Our protocols work when others don't. And we have treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases. You can even last up to an hour or more and perform like you haven't in years. So call us. Your initial appointment is only $99 and includes blood work, a medical consult, and a medically advised a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 7.
You haven't had any food today, Tom. Are you okay?
No, I don't feel like eating. Yeah, one of those things.
matchup.
Oh my God.
Sparks in front of over 19,000 fans, a sellout for Boston's first ever WNBA game. Only 2 players remain from that Suns team, so a new look squad will take on the Fever tonight. For more women's sports stories, grab a good game with Sarah Spain on iHeart Podcasts. We recognize the importance of dreaming big and achieving more. iHeart Women's Sports Network is brought to you by Novartis, makers of Kisqali Ribociclib, supporting all women who strive for more in sports and in life.
The Trajan Wealth K-House Studios. Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com.
Hi, Tom Martino here. Welcome. Let's talk to Hang, who has a problem with an apartment. Hang, what's going on with you?
Hello. Yes, I'm new at the apartment living.
Okay.
And,
okay.
yes, I'm new at the apartment living.
Yes.
And I looked at my apartment bill and I was overcharged on rent.
Okay. Well, do you have a lease?
Yes, I do have a lease with them. This is my second year with them.
And were you just overcharged on 1 month?
No, I was overcharged for about 6 months.
When did you first discover it?
I think I discovered it back in, I want to say February or March.
Okay, so but is it an amount more than your lease calls for?
Yes.
Okay, what does your lease say?
My lease said it was for, I believe it said 1639.
And how much? Okay,
So
that's an odd amount for rent. So your lease states $16.39 a month?
Yes.
Okay. And how much have you been charged?
I've been charged $18.10.
Well, that's a lot of money. What is? Are you sure that the lease does not call for some extra charges of some kind?
Yes, I actually went through the lease and read it again before I went down to the office. So I went down to the office and they agreed that, okay, we'll give you credit. Just come back tomorrow and we'll talk to you. So I come back the next day, and out of, I believe, $1,100, a little bit over $1,100 some dollars, they threw fees that I didn't even know about and just piled it on there. And I ended up maybe with $100 some dollar credit on my.
Well, you were paying about $170 extra a month, right?
Correct.
Okay. So how many months were you charged the extra $170?
For about 5 or 6 months, I believe.
Why just 5 or 6 months? Do you know? Did they have any idea?
No, they didn't have no idea. They just thought this rent was just completely straight out. But when I re-signed my lease, I got a deal. So I got a special offer with the lady in there. So when new management came in, they just cleaned house. So now.
I know, but you were still overcharged. All that matters is this: 170 times 6 months equals $1,000. Okay, 1,020. So you need 1,020.
Yes.
Okay. What are they doing about it? How are they giving you back $1,020?
They didn't give me back. They threw charges on. They retro some charges that I didn't even know about. So these are hidden charges.
Okay, hold on. So to try, wait. To try to eat up that credit, they claimed that you had charges they never charged you for?
Correct.
What are those charges for?
Those charges was renter insurance. So I asked them, I said,
how much a month was renter's insurance?
Renter insurance was $15 a month.
Well, that's not going to eat up. That's not going to eat up $1,000.
Okay, and fetch and latch, which is $30 a month.
What is that?
This is a service. This is a service for FedEx FedEx, USPS, and any other delivery service to enter the building.
Is that on your lease?
I didn't see it on my lease. I thought it was a free service, but I never signed up for it because I really don't. If I do have certain package delivered, I have it delivered to the
So
station.
far, we're up to $45 a month. What else?
There was a rental garage. It was for 7 months, but that was on the other building when I had a roommate. They retroed that back for like 6-7 months, so that's $700.
So they're just okay. You got a problem here. I mean, they're saying you owe these extra charges, and you're saying you don't.
Yes.
Okay.
So
how much do all of their hold on? How much do all of their extra charges come to?
It usually comes. So the first I started, it came out to about $100-some a month, extra charges on top of that. So they have a electricity recovery bill. So they've been charging me that every month since I've been here, and I'm paying. So I'm paying Xcel Energy with my account for the apartment, and they're also, I believe, they're dipping into an extra cost for them, which is, it says electricity recovery.
This is way complicated, bro. They're going to justify these fees. Now, are these fees that they're going retro on, do they continue every month now? In other words, the extra money that they're going back and charging you, are you still being charged?
No, that's why I waited 3 months before I gave you the call.
But here's what I want to know. Why did they? Here's what I want to know. Why is management saying that you owed $15 a month and a delivery service for $30 a month? If you owed it then, why don't you owe it now?
Yes, maybe, I don't know, maybe they didn't want to credit me my account or, admit that they were wrong.
So you just think all they're doing is playing with the books?
Yes, and when I go in there and I talk to the assistant manager, because everybody's new, the manager comes in and cuts everything off and talks to me really quick and tells me exactly how it is, and that's it. And so I'm like, okay, you're not going to even listen out, to me.
Do you have what do you think? Hold on. You think that, what is that $15 a month again? The one that I know what the $30 a month is for delivery, but what about the $15? What was that for?
It was the renter insurance. It was,
right.
It was no options on there. Yeah, renter insurance.
And but they're not charging you for that anymore?
No, they're not charging me for that anymore.
Okay. What I want to know is this. If you add up everything they owe you, what do you think they owe you?
I don't know. Maybe a couple, $2,000-$3,000.
No, they can't. How can they owe you that much? The only extra rent you paid was $1,020. How do they owe you a couple thousand?
Well, I believe that because they're charging me extra for electricity on their
You
end.
don't know that, though. You don't know that to be sure. You're just guessing. You're just saying out of the sky, oh, they owe me an extra couple thousand. Look at Hang, we can't deal with this. You have to have black and white. Why do you think they're charging you extra?
I'm not sure. She would not talk to me. I've told her. I said I have an account.
Well, Hang, when they won't talk to you, you have to do a spreadsheet, and then you need to sue them for it. That's what you need to do. I mean, you can send us a spreadsheet and let us know, but it doesn't sound like you're even sure of what you're charged. It sounds like you're unsure, man. You're not sounding confident. You're saying you were paying.
I do have all the paperwork here. Like it says, incorrect charge rent was $1,810.
That's right. That's right. That's what I meant. $1,810. And they said, and well, hold on. No, no,
And hidden fees
1810.
were
Yeah, but the
1639.
total, hold on. But the total was only 1020 that you paid extra. You paid 1810 instead of 1639. That leaves you at 1020. But they're saying there were other things they did not charge you for that you now owe. So what do they say you owe right now?
Right now I pay rent at 16 something. So
And
I don't owe them anything.
are they trying to make it, are they trying to call it good? Are they saying to you, let's just call it even? They're not going to come after you and you don't come after them?
Break time, buddy.
Yes, but I don't know why would they come after me.
Because, okay.
Because I don't owe them anything.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hang, I'm sorry. There's nothing we can do for you. I'm being honest with you, okay? If you think that they overcharged you in rent, then sue them in small claims court for it. You know what? We'll have somebody call down there for that. Let me just give it to somebody in the studio. Is Dollar there?
He is.
Okay, Dollar. Call over there and see what they say about the increase in rent and see if they bring up those old charges. But Hang, we can't have you come to us with just a bunch of stuff. They overcharge you in rent, okay. But now they're saying you owe for some past fees. We can't just discount those fees. We have more coming up.
This is Denver's Talk Station with Michael Brown in the morning and Dan Kaplis in the afternoon. 630 KHOW, Denver. Now, Impact Traffic.
From the Superstar Car Wash Traffic Center.
This report is sponsored by Straight Talk Wireless.
Pretty decent drive on our metro area highways. One accident off the freeway. It is at Havana and Briarwood in Centennial, just south of Arapahoe. Up in the high country, there is a stalled semi westbound I-70 at the base of Floyd Hill, so watch for that hazard. And in addition, there is intermittent 20-minute traffic holds at Floyd Hill for rock blasting and scaling. Expect delays if that's on your route. With traffic, I'm Chris McLaughlin.
Straight Talk might not be on your shopping list, but it should be. Next time you're grabbing some milk off the shelf at your local Walmart, stop by the Straight Talk aisle and switch to real unlimited data. It's quick and convenient. It won't even take up room in your cart.
I love Discount Bath because they put discounts in baths, and baths are usually very expensive. But they challenge you to use them to find out about their discounts, whether it's for your rental, a fix and flip, or your dream home, or somewhere in between. They will do whatever bath you want at a discount. And they'll prove it to you, they say, by giving you a price up front. All you have to do is go to the website, get an upload link, and then upload video of your project. Take your smartphone and say, hey, I want to put a walk-in shower here. I want to move this wall. I want to put a toilet here. I want to do this. I want to do that. Whether it's the hall room, or the hallway bath, or maybe the master bath, or a finished area in the basement, whatever it is, you can get a quote without them coming to your home. Discountbath.com. Upload your video. 720-979-2322. 720-979-2322. That guy had a mess on his hands.
Heard about Galaxy Concrete Coatings and their transformation? Well, Major Chick did.
I'm a real car guy, and I have a garage that I got tired of fighting the epoxy
Homer business, Galaxy's got you covered.
My house is on a post tension flat. It can get cracked. So what these guys did was they came in and they glued all those little cracks. And now it's just one complete lovely surface, very pleasant on the eye.
Laughing at Chopper. I mean, at
But I mean, Tom's not doing anything.
Galaxy concrete coatings comes with a lifetime warranty.
You can just tell by looking at it, it's going to be impervious to anything I can throw at it for as long as I can imagine. And I haven't looked back since. I love it.
Click on Galaxy Concrete Coatings today. And remember to like us on Facebook. Galaxy Concrete Coatings, we are out of this world.
Mandy Connell here with the Legal Minute from my friends at Bell & Pollock. Listen for more great advice on the Bell & Pollock Injury Show, Saturdays at 10 on KOA.
Hi, I'm Gary Bell of the law firm of Bell & Pollock. We are injury attorneys, and this is your Legal Minute. You're in an accident. The other driver gets out. You get out. The police are called. When the police come, the at-fault driver tells the police that they blacked out. The insurance company for the at-fault driver tells you because they blacked out, there's no responsibility. There's no liability. We don't have to pay you for anything. Yet your medical bills are mounting. You're receiving treatment. You've lost time from work. You need to recover. Is the insurance company correct? Probably not. You need to get into the medical condition of the at-fault driver, which is not easy to do. At Bell & Pollock, we've done it before. You will not take these
Thanks for calling Troubleshooter Show. Please hold a moment.
We can help you win. Bell & Pollock, championsofthepeople.com will help you.
Get more information or help from Bell & Pollock at championsofthepeople.com.
Sweltering summer heat just around the corner. Get your AC ready with the only extreme clean available from Fix It 24/7 for just $39. A refurbishment of your AC. No one offers this level of service for this price. Attack dirt and grime. Biggest killer of ACs. Give it life efficiency and a no breakdown guarantee. Just $39. Book online. FixMyHome.com. Book now. Fix It 24/7. Your official AC partner of the Colorado Rockies.
Regen Revolution has helped me so much in terms of getting mobile and active again, and now they'll be helping me and you at their new location near Old Town in Arvada. It's an expanded facility, still an even better version of the great care you've come to know from Regen Revolution. The combination of regenerative medicine and more traditional treatment modalities have gotten me back to being able to play sports and exercise in ways I thought I might never do again.
Learn more at regenrev.com. That's REGENREV.com.
You have our word will treat you right at Done Right Home Improvements. DRHI.com.
Denver's talk station. Online at khout.com.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-8255. Tom, you have a question? Go ahead, Tom. Welcome to the show. I'm Tom.
Hey, Tom, thanks. It's just for Barry and you. I have an existing home or a paid-for home in just west of Winston, Carolina. Is that be sell and then utilize that money?
Now, hold on, where is the existing home? Was it a rental or a regular residence?
It's just a rental. It's sitting empty right now, and it's paid for. And it's just to the west of Winston-Salem, North Carolina.
That's not a bad market. Why don't you have it rented?
Yeah, I just retired. We were going to move into it. My daughters and my wife decided to go a different direction. So it's just sitting. It is an older home. It's not new like you guys were talking about. It was, I don't know, it's 115 years old, sitting on about 2 acres. So not real rentable, I don't think.
No, it's not. But what about selling it? Can you sell it and make a profit, or at least get your money out of it?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, we've had it for about 3 years or 4 years now, I think. We could probably double our money, but I guess do I find a realtor down there and then talk to Barry?
Tom,
or is that something that...
Tom, I'll tell you this. Barry knows real estate people he can refer you to. I would talk to him directly. He does a lot in North and South Carolina, okay? Now, here's the thing.
Okay.
Here's the thing. With that house being as old as it is, and it's non-conforming, meaning it's on a larger lot than they're used to, if you can sell it, you need to unload the damn thing. Okay, you need to. And Barry will have a good recommendation for you on who to use for our real estate. Okay, and what you do is call him and whoever Barry recommends, let them sell that for you. What you do with the money is up to you. Obviously, how much do you think you'll come out with?
Not a whole lot, probably 250.
How much of that will be gain?
140.
Okay, so you're going to have significant tax bill.
Yes.
But if you talk to Barry, he might be able to structure that house right now into about 2 rentals of tax-free gain, or tax-deferred, I should say. He might be able to take it right where it is now, have it listed, and do a 1031 into 1 or 2 other rentals. In fact, maybe more than that. Are you interested in still being in the rental business?
With the way that you and Barry are doing it, yes. But managing it and taking care of it on my own, absolutely not.
I don't blame you. It's a terrible game to be in unless you're in it full time. It's terrible. So what I would suggest is that I would ask Barry specifically. In fact, I would ask him very specifically on that house in that market, could he help you sell it and do a 1031 into Vestera? And then you can take, if you come out with pure cash of that much money, you can do, let's just put it this way. Let's say you do 100 investment. So you can do 2 houses, possibly 3. You can do, and there'll be new houses with great rental history, or not great rental history, great rental potential. So I would definitely look into Barry and doing a 1031 first. If he can't do a 1031, just get him to have somebody to sell it, because old properties like that, especially long distance, are just a recipe for disaster. So I would definitely do it. In fact, you got great potential there. Great potential to move into a great rental market, make positive cash flow, and then probably double that money again. And if you want, you can drop by the seminar this weekend on Saturday. We'll be there, and that's mybiggestreturn.com will get you where it is. They want you to sign up first. Otherwise, I would just give you the address. But they want to have some kind of handle on people. So just do mybiggestreturn.com. More right after this. How much time do I have since there's no lives?
5.5.
Thank you.
Yep.
Since there's no live, what's that mean?
No live spots.
No.
Well, there's one, but it's marked, so I just threw it up. But whatever.
Nah. Hell with it.
It's going to be hot before you know it, and that means now is the time to get your lawn ready with an application of Revive Organic Soil Treatment. Revive takes every drop of water deep down to the roots where the grass can use it. In early summer, Revive is a protection your lawn needs. Use Revive now. It works. I'm consumer advocate Marc Mager. My weight loss journey with DenverRegen.com has been incredible. I'm down 25 pounds in only 5 weeks with no food noise. I feel full and don't think of food. And the best part, DenverRegen.com has semi-glutide for under $300 a month. That includes everything, to doctor's visits, to medication, everything you need to start losing weight and feeling great. Start your journey at DenverRegen.com. That's DenverRegen.com.
You work hard for your 401k, but if you left your job, your money might be sitting in the wrong hands. I'm Jeff Jr. with Crazy Wealth, and it's very possible that the 401k that you have had for years has hidden fees and limited investment choices. But if you're no longer with the company, your 401k may be at the mercy of your former employer. All of these things could be costing you thousands. Rolling over your 401k into an IRA can provide better
There's a new name in the chat room I've never seen.
Larry?
Yeah, Billy, I don't know.
Without consulting Trajan Wealth first. Call Trajan today at 720-405-3300. That's 720-405-3300. Advisory services are offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
You know, I tell everyone about my quiet, cool, whole house fan from QC, Colorado, because I want them to save on AC up to 90%. That alone will pay for it in no time. I'm consumer advocate Tom Martino. Let's talk about even more benefits, like clearing out indoor pollution quietly, efficiently, sleep in total comfort, all wirelessly controlled. QCColorado.com. 303-800-3419.
Summer in Colorado, and if you don't want to spend it painting, do what your neighbor Lynn did. She called Rhino Shield.
The house was built 42 years ago, and the paint was flicking off. And I just saw the commercials on TV for Rhino Shield. They said it was guaranteed for like 25 years. I thought, well, let me just give them a call.
Rhino Shield ceramic technology is specifically formulated for our unique climate right here in Colorado.
Can you turn off the lights again?
Fire rated.
I think that's the way it was.
Was it?
Yeah. Maybe if he's the only one there. Oh, he had Barry there.
Yeah.
Because the lighting on him looks pretty good.
I would highly recommend Rhino Shield. It's a very good company. Oh, his neighbors, they were all impressed with it. And I said, well, Rhino Shield, I've got their phone number.
Here's owner Jim Williams.
This offer is limited, so call me at 844-317-4466. That's 844-31-RHINO or rhinoshieldco.com.
Man, I am happy to tell you about the only realtor that made the cut for Team Dave Logan, and that is Troy Hansford. I recommend Troy because he's the only agent that will guarantee to sell your home at your price, or he'll write you a check for $5,000. And the good news, he puts that in writing. He can make that guarantee because he spends tens of thousands of dollars generating demand. And right now, he has hundreds of approved home buyers ready to buy.
I'm not going to have much time when I come back, will I?
About 3 minutes.
Oh, okay, that's good.
Yeah.
Let me give you a story. Just last week, Troy listed a house that was on the market for almost a month. You know what? Troy sold it for full price in less than a week. And if for any reason
See, when it's sitting there, it looks pretty good.
Troy will buy your house for all cash, and it can close in as little as 7 days. Call Troy.
I like that color of that shirt.
Is his guest gone?
Purple.
He deleted him.
Troy Hansford with Remax Professionals, a Colorado licensed broker. Some restrictions apply.
Most people have more than just roof damage from recent hailstorms, so hire the only company that handles all storm damage in-house.
Hey, Tom?
Yeah.
Is Barry still there?
No, but I can
Oh,
still
okay.
I can still answer questions. He had to leave.
Okay.
Sounded like there was two Kellys. Didn't you hear the echo? Echo?
Yeah. I was reading a post.
Oh.
Believe it.
About Rush Limbaugh's show, right? He'd always come on and say,
Show prep for the rest of the media.
so no, it's part of my show prep to listen to each day.
Wow.
Yeah.
The Situation with Michael Brown, mornings at 6.
That is a good promo.
On 630 KHOW.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. This texter wants to know he sold a vehicle and he doesn't want to be responsible for the car, and he doesn't altogether trust the owner to make the transfer as he should. So what happens if the car is used in a crime, or if the car is parked illegally, or any of that stuff? First and foremost, when you transfer the ownership of a car, there is something you can do with the state. You sell your vehicle, you can voluntarily report. Listen to this, something very few people know about. a report of an ownership transfer with the Department or Division of Motor Vehicles. Sellers report the transfer of ownership either online or go to mydmv.colorado.gov. Using report release of liability under the vehicle services. So go to vehicle services and you get a report called release of liability. Or you can go to your local county motor vehicle office, although some of the people working there may not even know about it. You have to do it within 5 days of a sale. So if you make the sale of a car and you want to make sure it's out of your hands and out of your hair, you can go online, okay? mydmv.colorado.gov. Once you get there, then file a report release of liability. It's a release of liability to report, or it's called a release of liability. And then you report the ownership transfer, and then you will be relieved of liability in the future for parking, for towing, for impound, for crime, for anything like that. Speaking of cars, did you know that if you're carrying a child seat, it's best to be in the back seat? I think most people know this. The back seat is 86% safer than the front seat. 86%. Somebody asked me about a car seat, because I did a report on car seats in the past. But what I want to say is, it's not so much the car seat. Most of them are pretty damn safe right now. It's where you put the car seat. And the safest spot is in the middle. Now, some people don't have a bench seat in the back, but they might have 3 seats. If you do, the middle seat is best, or as close to the middle as you can get. It has a larger crush zone. So the back seat in the middle is the best spot. It has less rotational force exerted in the middle. By the way, this study came from the University of Buffalo. They did auto crashes involving a fatality, and what they found was the person in the middle was 25% safer than the other backseat passengers. And in general, the back seat is 86% safer than the front seat. So keep that in mind when you're talking about safety. We have more coming right up.
That's 844-315-SAFE or mymoney.myway.com. Trees make you feel good, so don't miss the Tree Farms Array of Trees sale. Now through July 15th, save up to 35% on thousands of evergreen trees in all sizes. Choose from arborvitae, upright juniper, Austrian pine, Aspen pine, Mugo pine, limber pine, blue spruce, Serbian spruce, and more. The Tree Farms Array of Trees sale. Now through July 15th. Come see.
HD2 Denver. KHOW Denver, an iHeartRadio station. Make us the #1 preset on the free iHeartRadio app. Listen for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good.
ABC News, I'm Michelle Brandon. The Justice Department is asking the Supreme Court not to take up an appeal from Ghislaine Maxwell, the former partner of convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein, who was convicted of sex trafficking. ABC's Jay O'Brien says some lawmakers now demanding transparency over the so-called Epstein files after Attorney General Pam Bondi declined to release files angering some Trump supporters.
There are some Republicans who have said, look, that they express confidence in Attorney General Pam Bondi, who has, of course, been in charge of these disclosures. But even they say the Department of Justice, in their view, has somewhat hyped up what is in these documents and created this problem by saying that these records have these kind of bombshell of disclosures and then, of course, not delivering when it comes to disclosing some of these records, certain elements of the video.
The consumer price index edging up last month. Analysts say President Trump's tariffs on imported goods are likely behind the rise. It comes as the Federal Reserve is considering an interest rate cut. This is ABC News.
I just like what I like.
Federal drug agents say there is an alarming uptick in methamphetamine seizures. The DEA says it's on pace to confiscate twice the amount of meth than it did last year. Acting DEA Administrator Robert Murphy says Mexican drug cartels are also hiding and producing meth in new ways, including in a pill form.
It's used for the fake Adderall, the fake MDMA, all of the drugs that are wanted by our college-age kids, and younger, that appeal to them, and they're actually getting meth, and they don't know this. This is targeting a whole different user base, and it's dangerous.
The week-long eBay auction to buy the infamous Fire Festival brand has ended. The winning bid for this so-called fire sale shows an anonymous buyer paid $245,000 to take over the name, registered trademarks, IP, social media accounts, along with marketing assets and other rights. I'm Michelle Franzen, ABC News.
You wanted to see me?
Yes, please, have a seat. So here's the thing. When this company brought you on, we took a chance on you. You didn't have that 4-year college degree we typically look for.
Right.
But we gave you a shot anyway. And since then, you've worked incredibly hard and you've given it your all.
Thanks.
You've been an important asset to the team, but I don't think you can be an intern here anymore. We want to hire you.
You're serious?
Absolutely.
Find your next great employee. Introduce yourself to the grads of life. Who are they? Talent worth knowing about. Young adults of unique determination and experience. An ideal fit for your company in an entry-level position, internship, or even mentorship. They might not have every qualification you typically look for, but they're exactly who your company needs.
I won't let you down.
I know.
Don't miss out on a resource many innovative companies have already discovered. Go to gradsoflife.org to learn how to find, cultivate, and train this great pool of untapped talent. Brought to you by the Ad Council and gradsoflife.org. KHOW News Time, 103.
Drivers must think twice before putting the pedal down in certain work zones. CDOT's installed 6 new speed cameras along the diagonal highway between Boulder and Longmont, monitoring speeders CDOT says threaten the safety.
Maybe our phone lines are dead.
CDOT Chief Charlie Chafee.
This program is not about punishment. It's about prevention. It's not about writing tickets. It's about changing behavior. It's about protecting lives.
A 30-day grace period begins next Monday. After that, speeders through the zone could face $75 fines. The man charged in the Boulder attack against Hezbollah Israeli group will be in court today. Boulder County DA Michael Doherty has spoken about the case against the Egyptian national and a prospective sentence.
There are going to be times where that sentence doesn't necessarily reflect the harm or doesn't meet what people think the sentence should be, but I strongly believe in the system we have. I think it's the best justice system in the world.
More than a dozen people were injured in the June 1st attack, and 82-year-old Karen Diamond died from her injuries.
Now, impact traffic from the Superstar Car Wash Traffic Center.
This report is sponsored by Taking a Walk Podcast.
Pretty easy traffic at the Bedford Metro up in the 1 o'clock hour. We've got some slowdowns through downtown, no surprises there. I-25 southbound between Houston, 4250 Houston Union. I-70 in Colfax out of 2 lanes ahead. I-25 northbound, similar slow commute through downtown traffic in Colfax. East of there off-highway, a crash in Savannah to Eastwood Avenue. Suspect Houston north traffic about that. Good traffic on that far.
I'm Buzz Knight, the host of the Taking a Walk podcast, and join me for an upcoming episode with indie pop sensation Dayglow. Don't miss the Taking a Walk podcast with
Gross.
Dayglow on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts. Keep listening for your chance to win $1,000.
So happy about that, believe me.
Every hour, weekdays, 9 a.m. through 5 p.m. With up to 9 chances a day to win a grand.
That is crazy.
On Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW. Sponsored by Maverick.
What a refreshing deal. Maverick fans are in for a summer of savings with the 89-cent Fountain Frenzy. Good for all fountain drink sizes up to large. Adventure Club exclusive. Maverick, Adventure's first stop.
Battling debilitating knee, hip, or shoulder pain that simply won't quit, passing an endless week of steroid injections, or facing the daunting prospect of surgery? Michael Brown here, and I've got life-changing news. QC Kinetics is revolutionizing pain relief with regenerative medicine. No drugs, no scalpel,
Get life-changing results. Their cutting-edge cellular therapies and platelet-rich plasma treatments unlock your body's natural healing power. I know it works because Houston Kinetics saved my neck. Pain gone, full mobility restored. And it's long-term. I've had full mobility for more than a year now. So this is your ticket to a pain-free life. Don't waste another day in pain. Call QC Kinetics now at 303-900-8986 for your free second opinion and discover how this breakthrough treatment can transform your life. Schedule today in either Aurora, Superior, Highland Grove, or Colorado Springs.
It's hot out there, 91.
Is it?
900-8986. Your pain-free future starts right now. That's 303-900.
God, you know, I just don't like working out when it's that warm. Yep.
Denver's talk station has your chance to win $1,000. Just enter this nationwide keyword on our website. Check. That's check. Enter it now at khow.com. Keep listening to win on 630 KHOW.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hi, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Let me get to the text. By the way, you can text me at 57739, or you can go to 747-999-5280 and text me directly. That's 747-999-5280. Let me get back to the list I was on here of my texts I want to take. This person got slapped with something I warned about. They had a hail loss when the adjuster came. Listen to this. The roof was $52,000. They have a deductible of $12,000 approximately. So that would leave $40,000 left. But guess what? Of that $40,000, the insurance company is only going to pay for half of it. Why? You guys have any guesses? It's called a co-insurance penalty. This is something that is widely misunderstood. A co-insurance penalty means you were purposely underinsured. Therefore, the percentage of underinsurance will be your penalty. Because what they're saying, they call it a co-insurance penalty, meaning you are taking part of the risks on your own. Let me explain it. Insurance companies expect you to be insured for what your value is. But so many people, let's say they have a house now valued at $700,000. And they figure to themselves, you know what? The entire roof is only $50,000 or $60,000. Or the entire deck or the siding or the windows are only this much or that much. And the only time I will ever use the full coverage of $700,000 is in a total loss. Like I lose absolutely everything. And that happens only maybe 1 or 2% of all losses. So they think they're outsmarting the insurance industry. And instead of insuring for the $700,000 value, they lie to their insurance people about the house, and they get to insure it instead of for $700,000. Let's just say in this case, it's $350,000. So they make it so they're insuring $350,000. Sometimes unscrupulous insurance agents will do this too. So now instead of being insured for 100% of the value, you're insured for 50% of the value. But you're thinking, what's the big deal? What are the chances I'm going to have a claim that's $350,000 except in a complete loss? And then all bets are off. But they're willing to take that chance because insurance is getting so expensive. So now they're paying, instead of paying a giant premium like $4,000 a month, a year, let's say they only pay $2,000 a year because they're insuring for half of it. But what happened in this case, when you have a loss, even if it's a smaller loss than the total, like the roof, they look at your whole coverage and they say, you know what? You are not insured for 100% of the home value. You are only insured for 50% of the home's value. Therefore, every single claim, we're only going to pay 50%. That's the coinsurance penalty. And then they cancel you. So not only do you not get the full amount if they audit your coverage, but then they cancel you, and then you'll be considered high risk next time you go to try to get insurance. So it's very, very important when you're dealing with insuring anything, whether it's a car or whether it's a house or no matter what it is, you want to make sure that you insure it for its actual value. That's really important. If you think you're beating the system by insuring it for under the amount, it could catch up to you in a coinsurance penalty. Keep that in mind. Now, there's another thing that I'd like to get Brian Burns on about. I'm trying to find, because it's about antique cars and specialty cars or specialty boats or specialty aircraft or specialty anything. How do you insure them? For example, if you had an antique car that was a 1940, how do you price it? There is something called an agreed value, and then there is something called a stated value. And I always get it wrong, but I want to get Compass. Kachina, try to get Brian on, because I have this question on agreed value versus stated value from the past. And I forgot what he told me about that. You can buy coverage for an agreed value, or you can buy coverage for a stated value. There are two different kinds of coverages that you can buy. And I'm going to ask Brian from Compass to describe or to explain the difference between them. Is he on right now?
Yep.
Good.
Yep. Hey, Tom, how are you?
Good, Brian. Brian, we talked one time about antique cars, collectible cars, antique aircraft, all kinds of stuff people want to insure. And you mentioned two kinds of coverages to me, and I did not understand. Well, I did understand at the time, but I had forgotten the nuances. Can you explain what they are? What is agreed value versus stated value?
Yep. And so agreed value is what you want when you're talking about agreeing on a value for an item that you're trying to insure. So that is essentially just saying this is the value that we're insuring. If something happens, this is what we pay you. That's agreed value.
Okay.
Stated value is what they use to establish a rate. So let's say for a motorhome, they say, you know, what was the purchase price? Or if it's a vehicle that they can't pull up comps for, then what they do is they say, okay, tell us what the value of this car is, or the value of this motorhome. You say, okay, it's $50,000. What the stated value means is the insurance company, in the case of a loss, will pay that stated value or the actual cash value, whichever is less. So stated value does nothing more than limit you. It does not give you extra coverage. It makes people feel warm and cushy because they see a value stated on their policy, and they're like, oh, man, if something happens, I get this.
Why would an insurance company do a stated value? Do they like a stated value?
No, the only reason they do it is if they don't have a value that pulls up. Like with a VIN number on most cars, when you put the VIN number in, it is associated to a value, which is how they determine their rates. There's certain vehicles or there's certain items that you want to insure motorcycles, RVs, even some vehicles that don't have a value that the VIN number doesn't pull anything up. So that they have to get a value to establish a rate at all, but they don't guarantee paying that amount. They're not going to pay you more than what it's worth.
Okay. So really it's an ACV. It's really an ACV policy.
It's actually worse than an ACV. It's ACV with a cap of a stated value. So if for some reason the actual cash value ends up being more or greater than the stated value, they're only going to pay you the stated value. So it's really a limitation when you're dealing with stated value.
When would you do a stated value if you were a consumer? Never?
Oh, yeah. I mean, you don't have a choice a lot of times. For, like I said, things like an RV, they're going to ask you, like, you'll say, okay, and what was the purchase price of this? And you'll say, $80,000 or whatever it was. That's your stated value. But you're not really shortchanging yourself, because if something happens, they're not going to pay more than 80 is what that means.
Okay.
But they're going to pay you the actual cash value, which is how all vehicle policies are settled other than agreed value.
Now, when would I use an agreed value?
For classic vehicles is your prototypical time to do that. So they have a value much higher than what maybe actual cash value, because they've restored
But the insurance underwriter can't go back on that. Once they agree that, let's say they agree the value on that, even though it's an old vehicle, it was totally restored to new, it's worth $60,000. They would have to pay. They never have to pay more than the agreed value.
That's right, but they'll pay you exactly the agreed value, and they don't. Let's say someone's coming to me and they had, some vehicle that really, even restored, is really only $50,000 for the most part. If I was to say, hey, I want to do an agreed value of $100,000, the insurance company would say, oh, well, send us a verification or an appraisal that shows this value.
So the agreed value,
value
has to be based on something.
Yes, but if it's within a value they do this enough. If it falls within a value that they're comfortable with, they don't even always ask for an appraisal, but they'll ask for pictures of the car, pictures of the engine. They do ask for extra things, but it's a very inexpensive insurance for what you're getting.
I remember years ago, I had an antique aircraft that I restored. It was one of the few times that I actually looked into insuring them, because they were almost impossible to insure. But I found this underwriter that does aviation, and they talked about agreed value, and they made me send them receipts from the restoration.
Yep, that happens for sure. Yeah, and aircraft is a whole specialty in its own. But with vehicles, it's similar. Like I said, they don't always ask for it unless it's outside of what they think the value should be.
Okay, so again, though, if you're going to pick one, agreed value is better than stated value.
Yes, but it's just not always available, is my point. You can't always just say, hey, I've got this car and I want to agree value that it's worth this much. There are a couple carriers that do agreed value from the get-go. It doesn't have to be a classic car, but that's very rare. It's almost always actual cash value, and they have the established value.
Okay,
set.
I just got a text. Can they do that when it comes to a structure like a hunting cabin or a man cave or something that is very special that will not appraise for what they want to insure it?
No, I don't know anybody that will do it for a home. Well, here's the thing. Homes are very different. They're replacement cost as is. So if you're wanting to insure it, you just need to make sure you have the dwelling limit that is appropriate for what the true replacement cost is. So if you've done special stuff to a home, you just got to make sure the dwelling limit is to where it needs to be to replace it at that same.
So if you overdo it in the restoration of a home or bring back a historic home and you overdo it and every home in the neighborhood is less, it doesn't matter. It goes by replacement. So your replacement might be 5 times as much as your neighbor's for the same house, but they will go by replacement, but you pay accordingly. Is that right?
Right, your dwelling limit needs to reflect what that work that you've done is, has happened there. But then in the case of a total loss, the insurance company's on the hook to rebuild your house how
Okay.
it was before up to that dwelling limit.
Will they make you substantiate the restoration of a home like they do with vehicles?
If it's way outside what the replacement cost estimators come up with, and it depends on how high a value we're talking about. If the home is over $1 million of dwelling limit of coverage, almost every carrier will do an interior inspection, and they'll have an actual appraiser that is coming up with the value. So they're going to look and say, they'll see all the work you've done. They might ask for receipts at that point, but they'll associate it to an accurate dwelling limit. I'll tell you this. I don't have the conversation from customers saying that they're being underinsured. Whenever those inspections occur, it's almost always, hey, this is way too much. I don't think my house wouldn't cost this much to rebuild.
Got it. That's Compass Insurance Group. Thank you, Brian, for that information. Remember, stated value versus agreed value, 303-996-9000.
Hey, it's Mike Rowe, and if you want to do business with a company that actually stands for something, switch to Pure Talk. I did. Sure, I appreciate being on America's most dependable 5G network with unlimited talk and text for just $20 a month, but what I really appreciate is Pure Talk's commitment to our military and to our skilled workforce. That matters to me. Save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword Mike Rowe. Pure Talk, a wireless company that actually stands for something.
Hey, Tom, I called for your $39 cleaning special, and I have to wait until August. That's what's happening, but it doesn't mean it's not worth getting because it works on your furnace as well. So get that AC tune-up now for $39 from Fix It 24/7. You may have to wait, but it's well worth the wait, and it's only $39. It will add value to your AC because it takes the dirt out, the number one killer. It'll also add efficiency and longevity. So even if you have to wait, call them. And remember, free second opinions if you're quoted on any replacement whatsoever. FixMyHome.com, book now. Just $39 or a free second opinion on anything. That's FixMyHome.com, book now. If you're looking at real estate, any kind of a transaction or any kind of a conflict or anything real estate related, and you need an attorney, let me direct you to the expert we use on this show, Brad O'Brien and O'Brien Legal Services. Right now, navigating the waters of being a landlord can be tough. If you need help in that legal space, O'Brien Legal Services, olslaw.com. Think real estate, think O'Brien. olslaw.com, 720-370-3788.
Bye-bye.
Do you have a phone number for Hang?
Yeah, I texted it to you.
You did? I looked, 10 minutes ago.
720.
Yep.
445 1621.
Okay. Okie doke.
All right.
He's in a mess.
Yeah, he's not in a great place. What is numbnut saying?
Dan booked himself.
What?
Dan booked his own show.
Oh, shit.
Yep, that's what he said.
I'm consumer advocate Tom Martino, and I've seen the wrong way to sell precious
The wrong way is not knowing who you can trust. That's why I recommend David Ellis Jewelry on 3rd and Place. He'll weigh it and pay it. He'll even buy your fine jewelry and diamonds. I've known him 40 years. It's time you get to know him. 2640 East 3rd Avenue. That's 3rd and Place. 303-322-8779. 322-8779.
Tingling or numbness in your feet keeping you up at night? Do you miss walking pain-free, enjoying the things in life that you love? I'm Dr. Joel Chernak, founder of Denver Regenerative Medicine. If you're suffering from foot neuropathy, whether from diabetes or another cause, there's hope. Advances in stem cell technology are helping people restore nerve function naturally. No drugs, no surgery, and no downtime. Schedule your free consultation with us today at denverregen.com. That's denverregen.com.
Sometimes an identity threat is a ring of professional hackers. And sometimes it's an overworked accountant who forgot to encrypt their connection while sending bank details. And you need LifeLock because your info is in endless places. It only takes one mistake to expose you to identity theft. LifeLock monitors hundreds of millions of data points a second. If your identity is stolen, we'll fix it, guaranteed, or your money back. Save up to 40% your first year with promo code NEWS at LifeLock.com. Terms apply.
Imagine cutting out the middleman when getting a new home loan. Whether it's a traditional mortgage, a reverse mortgage, a HELOC, or a refinance, CMG Financial is the leader. They're the bank. They can beat almost any rate out there. I'm consumer advocate Marc Mager. If you're looking for a home loan, you need to call CMG Financial. They're going to save you a ton of money. Don't let the other guys fool you. Go to partnerinlending.com. Partnerinlending.com.
This report is sponsored by Payday. Another hot day ahead with temperatures today reaching the mid-90s. We could see a few thunderstorms this afternoon. We'll cool it down to the mid-80s tomorrow with a better chance of afternoon storms. I'm Brenda Stewart.
Hard-working people need a hard-working candy bar. Packed with peanuts and filled with golden caramel, Payday is definitely working hard for you. So grab one now to power you through the day. Payday Peanut Caramel Bar. Just do it.
This hour from the Trajan Wealth K-House Studios.
Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com. Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. So much useful information. My God, that stated value versus agreed value, you'd be surprised at how many people get that wrong. By the way, One Clear Choice Garage Doors for all your garage door needs. If you need an opener, a part of a door, a cable, a hinge bolt, whatever, One Clear Choice Doors has 24-hour service. Why would you need it? Well, for a broken spring, for example, if you can't get your door closed to secure your house. OneClearChoiceDoors.com. Great people for garages, and all of their prices are on their website. OneClearChoiceDoors.com. Okay, I have something else here that came in by text that is also misunderstood. Let me find it here. It is really a good topic. Doggone it, where did I put it? Oh, okay. Somebody wanted to know about patenting something. They were told they could not patent their idea, even though no one else has it. And doing a patent search, there is no other patent on it. This is very tricky, and I want you to listen carefully to this. This is very tricky. Technically, when you talk about an invention or an idea that is unique, let's say for argument's sake, it's totally unique. If you disclose it publicly, you only have 1 year to patent it, or you can never patent it. But how would anyone know if you publicly disclosed it? Was it on a website? Was it in social media? Was it in an email or a text? Now, let's say you told a few people at a cocktail party one time. That is technically a public disclosure. But if those people never remember it, nor if they don't want to, let's say, challenge your invention, you can just go ahead and patent it as if it was never disclosed. Remember, public disclosure has to be claimed by either yourself or someone else who's challenging your patent. So if you don't think there's anyone that's going to challenge it and they're not going to remember that you disclosed it, you can probably get away with it. But really and technically, this is weird. If you disclose it, if you do, you only have 1 year to get it patented, or you never can do it. And no one else can patent it either. Think about that. So if you told it to somebody, and that somebody went online and wanted to spoil your chances, you would never be able to patent it again. Now, there is also something called first to file. First to file is what counts, not first with the idea. Some people used to send a registered letter to themselves and all kinds of nonsense to prove that they thought of something first. Thinking of something first does not give you the right to that. It is first to file that counts. What does that mean? The first to file. But what if you're not ready to do a patent, but you have the idea and you want to protect yourself? You can file what's called a provisional patent. What does a provisional patent do? What it does, listen, it's really cool. It says, here's my place in line. If there is no one else ahead of me, then I get it. Or if someone comes behind me, I get it. It's still not a patent. It's just a place in line to get your patent. But beware, because when you file a provisional patent, you do protect yourself in line. So anything filed ahead of time, then you're out of luck. But it was provisional, right? But if someone comes behind you, they're out of luck. So you get your place in line, and let's say there's no one in front of you. You have the right to patent that, but you only have 1 year to do it. So whether it is a first to file or a public disclosure, you only have 1 year. But a provisional patent would be used for people who have such a great idea. They don't know if it's out there or not. It might be out there in cyberspace. It might be on the internet. Someone might have thought of it, but you want to get your place in line to get ahead of them. And as long as they didn't do a provisional patent or a patent pending, you got your place in line. It's called a provisional patent. It's a 1 year protection, providing no one got in front of you. And no matter who comes behind you, you're in front of them. I'm Tom Martino.
This is Denver's Talk Station with Tom Martino now. Michael Brown tomorrow morning at 6:30 KHOW Denver. Now, Impact Traffic.
From the Superstar Car Wash Traffic Center.
This report is sponsored by Aleve.
It's a quiet drive throughout the Denver Metro as we navigate that early afternoon commute. I-25 north and southbound showing highway speeds through town as well as up north to Fort Collins and down south to Colorado Springs as well. Back to town over on the east end. If you are leaving TIA, we've got lots of folks on Pena Boulevard southbound, gumming things up between Tower Road and 56. Nothing too out of the ordinary there for our afternoon commuters. With traffic, I'm Mark Swan.
Life doesn't wait, and neither should you. Aleve can help you deal with pain less throughout your day. With just one pill, Aleve lasts up to 12 hours. Don't let those aches and pains hold you back from doing what's important to you. Use as directed.
Remember, Excel Roofing as in excellent. I always say that because I believe all companies should run like Excel. EXCEL. Call them for whether you need your roof inspected, you need a repair, or you want your gutters cleaned. Get Excel on the job. Consumers are never at risk because there are no penalty clauses in their contracts. They don't force you to stay to the contract, and there are no payments due ever until the work is 100% complete. Only Excel Roofing does that. 1,000% safety for consumers. That's excelroofing.com, 303-761-6400. John Fuller is there for you right now. Right now, if you got in an accident and you had questions, I hope you think John Fuller. Free initial consultations always. You don't have to hire him. So on your first call, you can say, I need to talk to John. Now, he might be there or he might call you back, but you will talk to John before any obligation ever to hire. If you like what you hear, if he gives you the great advice that I know he will, and you hire him, it will be on a percentage fee basis. You'll even get his cell phone number that you can call or text at any time. That is his pledge to you. He puts the personal in personal injury, 303-597-4500, 303-597-4500. When it comes to the outside of your house for windows, siding, doors, decks, painting, stucco, or the inside, bathrooms, kitchens, baths, I just said that, bathrooms, kitchens, and basements, you want Genesis Total Exteriors. They should be called Genesis Total Everything. You know, I've known Mark since he started the company, and it is a great company that you can trust, especially in an area that is so riddled with liars, cheats, and ripoffs. Home improvements are so risky, but not with Genesis. GenesisTotalExteriors.com, 303-679-8509.
A while ago about that.
Uh-huh.
I want to say there's a dealer in the Springs, or
It looked like a Toyota Land Cruiser.
huh.
I wonder who they're made by. I just look at it real quick. Well, they're all in Colorado Springs. So you might be right. Rugged off-road utility vehicle as a modern interpretation of the Land Rover. If it's made by them,
I don't know if it's made by Land Rover.
no, but it's powered by a BMW.
What is? What are you talking about, Chopper?
That Ineos Grenadier?
Oh, I've heard of those. They have one in the Springs.
Right.
Yeah. Are they any good?
I don't know, man. They look kind of, you know, G-Wagon-ish.
Or Toyota Land Cruiser?
I don't know. Who knows the way they drive?
It says a BMW engine.
Oh, man.
Did you sell your BMW, Tom?
No. I'm saving it for you.
My son traded his in.
I only have 32,000 miles on mine.
It's still new.
Yeah. I mean, it's beautiful. I don't even know why I want to. I always get a Jones for another car in about 3 years. I always do that. And I don't know if it's even, it's not really practical. I should just keep this one. Probably, hate to say it, but it'll last me the rest of my life. I got to think about shit like that, like getting a dog that'll outlive me.
Yeah. Or get one of those English boxers, bulldogs. They don't live that long, so you'll outlive that one.
Oh, thanks, you asshole.
Well, 8 years.
Is Bounty worth buying?
Which is what?
Bounty?
Bounty?
Yeah, Bounty.
Improvements. DRHI.com.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Richard, what's going on with you? What's happening, Richard? Welcome.
You want to alert your listeners that there's a new scam, this is the first time I've ever seen it.
What is it?
That I got a text. Well, it said Amazon customer service. And the text read as follows: "We're sorry to inform you that the seller your recent order did not meet Amazon's marketplace policies. To ensure your satisfaction, we automatically enabled your refund eligibility. You're entitled to a full refund without needing to return the item." Then there's a link to click. I clicked it, but I stopped right after that. Oh, wait. That's all the further that I went, is because they started to want your personal information. I just got off the phone with Amazon, and there is no refund due to me of any kind. So
that's a good one. That's a good one. That's a good one, because people see it all boils down to this, though. What do all of these scams have in common, or they can't get you? You must click a link.
Exactly.
That's what it all comes down to. But thanks for letting us know. I had not heard of that one at all. And that is good to know, man. So basically, they're saying the seller did not meet standards. And obviously, if you want your money back, you don't have to do a refund. It's very attractive. Thanks, Richard. Appreciate it. Half of the stuff we learn is from listeners, so keep it coming. Sully, what's going on with you? Sully, welcome to the show.
Hey, what's up?
Hey, man.
I appreciate you guys having me on. I'll give you the brief version here. I've been caregiving for my mom for almost the past 2 years. About a couple months back, she took a couple falls. She ended up in the hospital, and then she ended up in a rehab center. And she wasn't really able to walk or anything. She needed help getting to the bathroom, doing anything. She was basically stuck in bed, and a lot of it was from severe chronic pain from arthritis. Anyway, she was in the rehab center for about a month, and this last week, by the way, she's in her 80s. This last week, she slipped and fell and broke her hip at the rehab center. She also whacked her head really good. She lost some blood out the back of her head. She ended up getting surgery. She's got a new hip ball in place, but she's having a really rough time with it. I'm trying to figure out if there's a lawsuit to be had. I'm not a very litigious person. I'm not looking for trouble, but I'm just trying to figure out, is this negligence? How does one proceed in a situation like this?
Here's how you do it. Here's how you do it, Sully. Basically, when someone is in a nursing home or assisted living, the people taking care have the same level of care you would give them if they were living with you, okay? So whatever you're responsible for, they're responsible for. That is my go-to statement, because really, people don't understand negligence. Negligence does not mean it happened. Negligent means it happened and it should not have happened.
Gotcha.
And it happened because someone did something wrong. So let's analyze it. What did they do wrong, do you think?
So I think that they should have been keeping an eye on her. They told me when I went in there. When I got there, it had been almost an hour, and the EMS wasn't there. The EMS eventually came to get her and took her away. But when I was there, they told me that they had several other patients there that were under a no unassisted walking order, and they were keeping a very tight leash on those people. And, my mom should have been under that order. I mean, the whole reason she was there was from 2 previous falls that had not led to
was she under a vigilant notice, or was she under, ambulatory notice? I mean, what kind of coding did they give her?
I'm not sure the coding, but I think what I'm trying to say is there was other patients there that were under that strict, close eye, so they don't get up and try to walk. And she should have been, because the whole reason she was there was
now, if they mischaracterized her, there is a definite cause of action. However, your contract with them may have certain waivers concerning this.
Sure.
Did you look at anything that you signed when admitting her?
I have not. But honestly, I didn't sign anything when we admitted her.
What?
I just went down there and she was there. Yeah, they haven't had me sign any paperwork. I never signed any documents.
Wait
I
a minute.
am on her
Wait,
directive.
Sully, did she sign anything?
You know, she might have. And granted, this only happened a couple days ago, so I haven't had the chance to go down there and collect all the paperwork and the documentation.
All right, here's what I want you to do, and then you can call us back and we'll put Deputy Doc on it. Let me mark that down, Deputy Doc. But I want you first.
Let me get
Okay,
Sure.
it's not too much. Okay, I want you ask them for any documentation signed by you, even though you know you didn't sign, or your mom. You just want documentation. Then you want any internal notes on the fall.
Okay.
Those are the first
Okay,
two things you want, and all of her records. Okay. Now here's the thing. It could be it's just that she's old and blah blah blah. Here's how you determine if they misclassified her. If she was not under a watch, okay, and I forget what they call it, but if she was not under a watch, the question is, would a reasonable person have put her under a watch? In other words, did she have previous falls? Did she have walking problems? Or can they honestly say we had no idea she would fall and break her hip? Everything is just a logical, reasonable approach. These are the questions you ask. And you can ask them directly when you pick up that paperwork. You can ask them this. Should my mom have been under a more strict watch? Now, don't say it as if you're threatening a lawsuit. Simply ask them, should my mom, and see what they say. If they say, well, maybe, well, that's really BS, man. But if your mom's in her 80s, this is not uncommon. So it's not that it happened, but you got to figure out if she was totally mischaracterized. In other words, would a common man have looked at her and said, holy crap, this woman is weak. This woman needs assistance. Then you know it's called the common man perspective. What would a common person say by looking at your mom? And you got to be honest with yourself. Is it something that just happened, or were they totally lax? And the fact that the facts that other people were put under this watch, you would want to compare those people to your mom. And if they were as bad or not as bad as your mom, then you have a serious question. Now, the other part of this problem, bro, is not going to be whether or not there was negligence, but whether or not anyone will take the case. And I'm going to tell you the sad, hard facts of that coming up and why someone may not take the case. I'm Tom Martino.
Supposed to rain tomorrow, they thought.
Yeah.
I'm so tired of it's supposed to rain. I haven't seen any of it.
Well, that's when I went to the restroom. I looked out west.
The typical cloudy.
Yeah, but it wasn't there today.
Oh, was it there today?
Unless it's coming a little bit later.
It seems like it's going
I know.
around us. Yeah.
You child. You fucking child.
I like to drift.
Yeah.
Child.
Maybe that's what a large minority or big. What did he say? Group?
A large minority woman.
Those cats go after flies.
What toilet paper do you guys like? Not that I give a shit, but
Charmin's Ultra Soft.
Ultra
Charmin.
strong.
Costco.
Ultra Strong?
Is
No.
Charmin good?
Yes.
Okay.
I want to keep it clean, but nothing else wipes my rear.
Get
Great
yourself
Northern.
a bidet, Tom.
Okay, it's a good, look at me shopping for toilet paper and shit.
Have you ever been in the store?
No, I don't go. I haven't been in since I've had cancer. I stay out of all stores.
Oh.
I just have to stay out of that shit, or stay away from people like you.
Well, that seminar should be real good for you then.
Yeah, I know. I know.
That's what he was talking about. Yeah, Bounty
Right.
hand wipes are not good for toilet paper. But they are good for hand wipes.
Yeah.
That's what we use.
What do you use?
Bounty for hand wipes?
Yeah, I love those. I usually when I go to King Supers, they have what I previously shopped for, but they don't have it in here now. Then I can just pick from my previous list.
Do you get the delivery or do you go up to the...
Like the
I get the
special
delivery,
kiosk.
bro. I do nothing. I do nothing on my own. And the other thing, I want the unit size. They don't give me the unit size, man. I want to
Tom
know.
likes a big unit.
You know what I'm saying. The unit pricing, so you can compare their deals.
I'll be honest, I've given up on that. If I like the product, I just take it. Prices have gone out of this world. I don't know. Is eggs gone down? I haven't even paid.
Yeah, a little. A little.
They're so expensive.
Here's an odd one. Have you ever noticed that a gallon of milk and a gallon of gasoline is almost always the same?
Really?
Yeah.
I can't believe
Never
they
thought
don't.
of that before.
I can't believe they don't have my previous shit. Oh yeah, they have my previous shit. They do have my previous shit. I just had to look in the right spot. Just a child. He's a child.
Signatures to recall radical leftist 18th DA Amy Padden with 2 egregious miscarriages of justice currently in the news. Danielle joins me to detail her reasoning Tuesday on Ryan Schuling Live.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Sully, here, my mom one time ate a piece of boneless chicken, and it had a bone in it, and it broke her tooth, and she needed major dental surgery. And it really did a lot of harm. And under the eggshell theory, meaning even if you're as fragile as an eggshell, the perpetrators or negligent people take their victims as they find them. So even though my mom was old, they had to be responsible for the injuries. However, no attorney would take it. Why? Because there weren't a lot of damages as far as just the medical bills. And they were already willing to pay for the medical bills. So pain and suffering as you get older, suffering meaning loss of opportunity, loss of enjoyment, goes down because they figure what the hell is someone 89? My mom was 89. What is she going to, or 88, whatever. What is she going to do? And it really gets down to cold, hard calculations. So let's say they're 100% responsible for this hip. It's going to be hard to find an attorney to take it. That's all I'm telling you. Because they have to prove this all, and they have to get an award. And then they take a third of that award. And many times courts are reluctant to award big stuff. Now, let's just say they left your mom laying there with a broken hip and they were totally negligent and terrible. And she suffered. Suffering's different. But being a victim of a hip break, it depends on how much she lost out on and how much she actually suffered. I hate to put it in such black and white terms, but that's really what it comes down to. So you're just going to have to talk to your mom and find all this out. And then the best barometer of whether you have a case is by running it by a personal injury attorney. And of course,
well, I've got an appointment on Thursday, and I'm going to see how it goes. So
call me back. I'm going to mark this down. I'm going to mark this down that we talked, okay? I'm going to mark it down as pending. So call me back no matter what. Tell me what you find out, and let's have another conversation. I'm very sorry this happened to your mom, and just call me back. Thank you, bro. I appreciate it. You can usually get through on 303 Martino. If you leave your number, we'll call you back even. So you can do that as well. All right. Tom, I have LEM Landscaping at my house. They're doing a beautiful job. Great. Okay. Someone else says, Tom, I want to know where the seminar is for Vestera. Okay. For that, you got to go to mybiggestreturn.com and register. Then they give you the location, okay? And by the way, that'll be this Saturday, the 19th. I will be there to talk about it. And remember, I'll also be there to talk about Wave 8 wealth management and how you can be part of that as well if you want to be. And I hope to see you. Now, remember, you can always call 303-MARTINO 24/7 for help. 303-627-8466.
All right, you're clear, buddy. See ya.
Thank you, bro.
Tom Martino.